But yes, but we're going to have public comments first and then that.
Get everybody to take their seat, please. I would like to call the Wednesday, July 31st, 2013 council meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. This evening, we will have the invocation by Elder Chauncey, pastor of William Chapel Free Will Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilwoman Faircloth McCormick and the Police Explorers. Would you please stand? And could I ask, is the pastor here? Okay. Where'd Councilman Williams go? Is he with us? Ms. Faircloth McCormick, do you want to do? Anybody see Councilman Williams? No, but I was going to have him do the invocation. You want to do it? Mr. Shelley? Mr. Box there? Okay, we'll go right. Ms. Sewell, you want to do one? You want to do an invocation? Yeah. Sure. Richard, you want to take over? That's
all right. Perfect. All right. Pastor Jim, man.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we thank you today. We thank you for our rising this morning and for you blessing us today. As we now impart on this city business, we ask that you endow us with your presence and your spirit to allow us to conduct business decently and in order, that everybody is respected. And God, we thank you for what you've already done and blessed our city for so many years. Now we say this, amen.
You can please join me by facing the flag and pledge their allegiance to the beautiful and best country here on earth. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Faircloth McCormick.
here.
Councilman Maldonado.
Here.
Councilman Shelley.
Here.
Councilwoman Waldman.
Here.
Councilman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Here.
Mayor Bateman absent.
Okay, as we all know, we start off with public comments, so I'll now open the floor for public comments. If you come to the podium, please just state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samara Taylor, and my address is 1912 Southeast 14 Court. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samara Taylor, like I said. I am a member of the Mayor's Youth Council. I am here to request the support for the Mayor's Youth Council of a larger community toward projects that we have planned for the upcoming year, such as the Summer Reading Challenge, the Chili Cook-Off, and the leadership conferences that we will be attending, and also Florida League of Cities, National League of Cities, and finally the Washington, D.C. tour. And in order to accomplish these things, there are financial obligations we need to meet. The Mayor Youth Council will be grateful for any sponsors that would sponsor us. Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor? Thank you so much, Samara Taylor and the Mayor's Youth Council, for your proactiveness and coming out to the community to solicit the support of the mayor in this council. I am proud to serve as the liaison for the Mayor's Youth Council, and they have identified several projects that they will be embarking upon this upcoming year, and they're going to need the support of this community. I believe in them having a vested interest into what they're doing, so they will be fundraising by themselves to acquire the funds to be able to go to Washington, D.C. and the Florida League of Cities. But I think it's important for us to meet them halfway. They earn 50%, work towards it, and then they receive 50% of this community. So I would like to respectfully request your in-kind and financial support towards these young leaders who are committed to representing their constituents here in the city of Homestead. If you are interested in donating towards their upcoming trip, please feel free to email me at pfaircloth@cityofhomestead.com or mrabeau@cityofhomestead.com. And I'm sure my colleagues up here would be more than happy to financially support these dynamic group of young kids from our community. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Waldman.
Ms. Fairclough McCormick, how much do you anticipate needing to have funded? I mean, total.
Their Washington, D.C. trip will cost about $12,000 for all 15 of them to attend for one whole week. So $12,000, $12,000 to $15,000, in which I have challenged them to raise 50% of it.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Besides that, is there any other, I heard a few other items that you're going to embark on.
Yes.
Please shed
Yes.
some more light on that.
They will be attending the Florida League of Cities conference this year in Orlando, and they have the funding for that. And at the Florida League of Cities, they have this function for youth councils throughout the state of Florida. So they have the funds for that. They will have a chili cook-off kids competition in December to raise funds for their Washington, D.C. trip next summer. So we have a chunk of time to be able to raise that amount of money, and we're going to need the support of this community.
Excellent. Good job for what you're doing up there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Willie Wamble. I reside at 999 Hamilton Drive. That's in the village of Lakeshore. Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and the community, in order to fulfill a promise that I made to a young man, I'm here to pursue a request that we as a community investigate and do a little research on the feasibility of having motocross here in the city of Homestead. There's a large following of motocross participants in Homestead. However, because we don't have the facilities at this time, they have to go on the north end of the county in order to, to compete and to enjoy motocross racing. They also sometimes have to go out of Dade County itself to compete. So I'm asking that we do a little bit of background research and see if the motocross activity is feasible for the city of Homestead. I know we have a motor racetrack, but that's only utilized only a couple of times a year. If we've invested that much money, in my opinion, we should be using those types of facilities year-round rather than just for those big events. So if we could do a little bit of background check and a little surveying to see if it's feasible, then I'd be greatly appreciative, and those individuals who are participants in motocross would also appreciate it. Also, I'm working on another project. As an American history teacher, we deal with government a lot, and it's such that I feel as though we have to teach young men how to make a difference within their city government. And I have another proposal that I've started working on with the Commissioner Moss. We presented him with a proposal to open up the bus lane to motorcycle riders. We're not asking that we open it up for all vehicles. However, we're asking that it be opened up for motorcycle riders. Also here with me is Mr. Juan Carlos, one of my former students. I say former because he's headed off to high school now, and he did some research as to the amount of fatalities and so on. I'll let him give his presentation. He's been working on this with Mr. Moss for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Wamble. Well, the reason why me and Mr. Wamble here think that we should do this is because, well, it'll invest money. We spend so much money on opening these busways. We want to invest this money and put these motorcycles on these busways. Anyways, it's less money, well, because less fatality, because there's so many accidents in Florida and Miami-Dade County in our community. Well, not all of them are motorcycles, but because there's so many accidents, Well, we want to reduce these number of fatalities in Miami-Dade County and Florida. And knowing that only a couple hours of day, the busways are only used, the motorcycles will put these busways to use more. The number of accidents and deaths in Florida. Well, you guys have a copy on your desk, I believe.
Yes.
According to my statistics, there's lots of accidents and deaths in Florida to this day. Not all of them are a motorcycle, but we would like to reduce the number of this. As you can see, in 2010, there were 350 deaths. That's not good, I don't believe. In Miami-Dade County, I also researched, there are lots of accidents. According to statistics, in each year there are about 150 accidents, about 10 deaths. Well, if you do this, we would like to reduce the number because these motorcycles, they deserve to live more. They are special as we are. If you were in a car and you had an accident, a family member of yours has died, you would be heartbroken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we're asking, Mr. Vice Mayor and the Commission, is that when we continue this process of getting support for this initiative, we know that this is a county issue. However, we would like the support of the city of the citizens as well as the city government of the city of Homestead. So we would like for you in some future date to sign on to this initiative as well as the other municipalities throughout Dade County before we present it to the county. Thank you very much.
I would make one suggestion is that perhaps Dennis, you could give this gentleman your information and let him know that we have had people here who have proposed motocross in the past, and for whatever reason, economically or whatever, when it came down to it, they never came back after initial meetings and stuff. So, but he can fill you in with all the details. If you would give him 2 minutes, you guys can exchange names and numbers here this evening. I think he can fill you in and let you know where we're at and listen to your ideas and see as we look at things where we can go from here.
Thank you.
Just clear up one thing though, the racetrack is used about 250 days a year. You may, just because they don't have a big championship out there every day of the week, they do, they rent it out to motorcycle races almost every weekend, or sports car clubs and stuff like that. So they have about 250 days a year of use out there that they do, not just 3 days. So I just wanted to clarify that fact real quick.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Next.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Edward Powell. I reside at 745 Southeast 18 Lane in Northgate. 3 things I have tonight. First of all, I just wanted to say to Councilman Shelley, the MAC golf tournament it's full speed ahead, and there's only a couple of slots left. So if you're thinking of a team or the mayor, you may want to pay attention to that because it's about ready to close out. The next item, the Tropical Everglades Visitor Center down in Florida City. I don't know if you've seen it. Little gym. It's on US 1. It's just past the Burger King. It's in where the Fairways Hotel is. They just celebrated their 25th year anniversary this last Saturday. They have a nice little brochure that they hand out to the visitors for activities here in South Dade. Forget the Keys, forget Miami. There's a lot to do here in South Dade. Another nice item that would just come out of that is Florida Power and Light had come to the visitor center and said, would you do a custom brochure for our Turkey Point employees? There will be 3,000 to 4,000 people out there in the next few years. We have printed up 3,000 of these to give to Turkey Point employees. Last but not least, I don't know if you all are on Judy Waldman, Councilwoman Waldman's email list, but she has a newsletter. It's just recently out. It's called Hometown News. The mayor has one email as well. Hi, honey. And it caught my attention. The very last a quote that she has here, become the kind of leader that people would follow voluntarily, even if you had no title or position to gain. Now with that, I'd like to say that we've had the pleasure in the past of having Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth McCormick attend our Toastmaster meeting here in Homestead. We meet Tuesdays from 7:30 to 8:30 in Community Bank Building. And we had a special guest last week, Councilman Elvis Maldonado. I think he found it very interesting. I think he's going to come back again. The point is, we are setting up HomesteadToastmasters.com. Richard Ursig has taken over as president of Toastmasters. He has a website that's HomesteadToastmasters.com, and he has set us up on Facebook. If you go to like and you hit the link Toastmasters, you'll know everything you ever wanted to about. Now, how many people here are deathly afraid of standing up in front of an audience and talking? How many people? How many people would like to get up and be able to talk in front of an audience? If that's the case, this is right for you. Thank you.
Ed. Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell.
Yes.
Do you have meetings in the evenings?
No.
Pardon? We meet in the morning, 7:30 to 8:30. We do, Judy. We will take Toastmasters out. We've gone to co-visitor center with it. We've talked to Elvis about going to the schools. We will take Toastmasters to you if you'd like to have a venue someplace. We'll come to the school. We'll go to the air base. We'll go to your Judy's closet. We'll take it to you if you'd like to see that.
So I was just thinking maybe some of the, I know my homeowners association, maybe we would like to start something at our clubhouse in the evening.
We'd love to. We'd come out, when we'll schedule it, we'll come out, give it a presentation at your clubhouse.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Former Councilman Jeff Porter. Good evening, sir.
Thanks for letting me speak. It's a political statement, Mr. Vice Mayor. I wanted to say good evening to everyone. My name is Jeff Porter. I reside at 1586 South Golden Eye Lane in Homestead. Tonight I come before the council, the citizens, and the television audience to announce my candidacy for the office of Mayor of Homestead. It's important to know what I can offer to this fine city. My experience. I come to the office of Mayor prepared. I've served for more than 12 years as a Planning and Zoning Board member, City Council member, and as Vice Mayor. My vision: for the last 31 years, I've owned my home and lived in Homestead. Have I seen changes during that time? You bet I have. Both good and bad. It was a challenge to serve as an elected official after Hurricane Andrew almost blew Homestead away. But with a clear vision, I knew Homestead had to start over. I'm proud to say, while I served as a City Council member and Vice Mayor, the vision became a reality. My leadership. I've been a successful business owner for more than 10 years. Prior to owning my own business, I was vice president of a family-owned business here in Homestead. It's a privilege to report that my customers are very loyal, and they have been doing business with me and my company for decades. I know how to lead a business and make it success. I know how to manage a company and make it, and more importantly, I know how to be the mayor of Homestead. You'll have choices this year on the ballot for mayor. Sorry to have to ask, but do you want a mayor under criminal investigation? And that could be facing federal charges. A mayor who does not have respect for public opinion that may differ from his own. I ask you to consider who's the best candidate for mayor. Experience, vision, and leadership, that I can offer you, along with the most important thing that I have, my word. To stop the corruption in government at City Hall and restore the public trust, dignity, and respect to the office of mayor, I ask for your support. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Any more public comments? Seeing none, hearing none, I'm going to close the public comment section of the meeting. If my council members will allow me to, I'd like to skip to 2 items on the agenda, which I think will help our citizens and let them go back to their dinner or whatever they're doing. We'd like to move to item number 26 to start the meeting, please.
Having deferrals or... Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, yeah. Any additions, deletions, or deferrals from the, none, okay. Tab number 26, is there a motion?
I move it.
Okay, and thank you, there's been a motion and a second. Tab 26, car number 882, Homestead Rodeo Association, Inc., amended and restated lease agreement. Staff report, please.
Let me read the resolution, please, Mr.
Okay.
Vice Mayor. The resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving and authorizing the execution and implementation of the amended and restated lease agreement between the Homestead Rodeo Association, Inc., and the City of Homestead for the rodeo grounds, providing an effective date.
Thank you, there's been a motion and a second. Staff report.
Vice Mayor, the City of Homestead and Homestead Rodeo Association, Inc. entered into a lease agreement on December 1st, 1988. On November 6, 1995, the parties entered into a modification and extension of lease agreement, which extended the original term of the lease through November 30th, 2015. The amended and restated lease agreement provides for a 20-year extension of the lease term through November 30th, 2035, as well as updating and modifying certain provisions of the original lease, including insurance requirements. The Homestead Rodeo Association is requesting to extend the lease agreement for an additional 20 years to ensure them the opportunity to apply for grants. Many grant applications require a longer-term lease. Staff recommends Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the amended and restated lease agreement between the Homestead Rodeo Association, Inc. and the City of Homestead for operation of the Homestead Rodeo on the rodeo grounds located at 1034 Northeast 8th Street. The amended and restated lease agreement provides for extension of the term of the lease for 20 years through November 30th, 2035, together with other modifications to the original lease.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Any comments from the public, for or against? Anybody from the Rodeo Association that wants to speak? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public comment. Any final questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this item.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, and Jim, I'd like to say thank you to you and your organization for bringing a fine product to the City of Homestead for over 60 years now, I believe. We're right at 60 years, and 65, okay. Well, we look forward to many, many more, and we thank you for all that you guys do. Okay. If everybody will stick with me, we're going to move to tab 28. We've got some young people here for this one that we're going to hope to allow them to go and do their summer break. Tab number 28, car number 905, a resolution urging local retailers to refrain from selling tobacco products. You want to read the resolution?
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, urging local retailers selling tobacco products to refrain from selling and marketing tobacco-flavored products because such products tend to promote and influence tobacco use by minors and young adults, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. Staff report, please.
This is one of my items.
Yes, sir.
This is some legislation that I'm introducing into the City of Homestead, and I prayerfully hope that my colleagues would support me in this effort. So if you all would bear with me, I want to honor the youth that are here tonight from SWAT, and they're here tonight as an embracement of this resolution. Back in 2006, Florida approved a constitutional amendment requiring the Florida legislature to appropriate 15% of tobacco settlement payment to fund the comprehensive statewide tobacco education and use program. In 2007, Florida legislation passed Section 381.84 of the Florida statute implementing the Constitution Amendment and directing the Department of Health to create a comprehensive statewide tobacco education and use prevention program consistent with the CDC, which is the Center of Disease Control, for best practices for comprehensive tobacco control program. Then an advisory council was formed to provide advice to the state surgeon general on the direction and scope of the program, and membership of the council included tobacco prevention experts, students working against tobacco, which they're here tonight, is a part of this council. In 2012, resolution number R2012-09-08, which was a piece of legislation that I introduced, was instated to reinforce the students working against tobacco in objectives to the city of Homestead. These objectives included the prevention and to reduce of tobacco use among youth. Flavored tobacco continues as a popular trend among middle school and high school students, and they had easily access to candy-flavored cigarettes, cigars, and smokeless tobacco ranging from prices of 39 cents to $1.50. Efforts were made to seek out ban on selling the flavored tobacco to minors throughout the 67 counties in Florida. The city of South Miami was the first to put a ban on selling flavored tobaccos. 1 year ago, the Florida Health and Miami-Dade County went to South Miami to learn the results of the resolution. Some retailers who were unaware of the ordinance and others who became aware, stopping the selling of flavored tobacco altogether. In 2010, the Florida Youth Tobacco Survey was administered to middle school and high school students ranging from 11 to 17 years old. The survey was also administered in 2011, 2012, and the question, have you ever tried, ever once smoking flavored tobacco? And during the past 30 days, have you smoked flavored cigarettes? Were included on the survey to determine how many students think they were smoking flavored tobacco products. This measure included flavored cigarettes, flavored cigars, and flavored smokeless tobacco. Reports on this survey in Miami-Dade County are as follows. In 2010, 12.4% of students reported having ever tried flavored tobacco. That number has decreased to 11.2 as of 2012 since the adoption of the resolution ordinance. Students who report current use of flavored tobacco has decreased from 6.1% in 2010 to 4.9% in 2012. These numbers indicate that our youth is consuming less flavored tobacco, but it is our duty to ensure that they do not consume these products at all. Nationally, the New York City banned the selling of flavored tobacco entirely, and this continued into other states like Wisconsin and Illinois. These tobacco products have been flavored to taste like chocolate, candy, or fruit. The unwavering effects of tobacco use are well known, and our youth is being tricked into purchasing and the potential killer without realizing the dire effects. Therefore, I charge you to make the decision tonight to support this resolution tonight, to go along with the resolution or legislation that I introduced last year. Thank you so very much. Also, you probably have received in your packets a letter from the Florida Petroleum Markets and Convenience Store Association, and I read the letter, and there's basically not an argument that they come up with that's concise to reflect this. I think we've already passed a resolution last year. This is just another supporting resolution, and so I ask my colleagues to support this piece of legislation that I'm introducing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any questions from the council? Ms. Walden?
No, I just checked.
Okay. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the floor for public comment, for or against. Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any final questions from the council? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you so very much. Also, let me give a shout out to my intern. She did all the research and analysis, Rebecca, so thank you so very much. She's an intern from FIU, so thank you for the supporting. All I read, she produced, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for letting me skip. We'll go back to tab 1 now. Car number 837, waiver of use fees for the use of Harris Field. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
There's a motion. Is there a
Second.
Moved and seconded. Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, the New Thing Fellowship is requesting the mayor and council authorize the city manager to approve waiver of usage fees in the amount of $500 for the use of the pavilion at Harris Field on August 10, 2013, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. to provide free medical services to the Homestead and Miami-Dade community. According to the city's code, Chapter 20, Section 20-11, fees and charges, the city council sets fees and has the right to waive parks and recreation fees by a majority vote.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the public comment. Any public comments? Hearing none, seeing none, I will close it. Final questions from the council?
Wait.
Roll call.
Wait,
Yes.
I just have a question. Is the pastor here? Is there a representative from New Thing Fellowship? No? I was just wondering, is this church located within city limits? Because I see it's on 280, the address is 288th Street.
Yes, go ahead.
I had a conversation with Pedro about this earlier in the week. Pedro, do you know if this church is located in the city limits? It's a non-profit, that's the only thing that I can guarantee. But didn't you tell me that they had a large membership of Homestead residents?
The address that it's on the paperwork, they're out of the Homestead District.
I'm sorry, they're outside or inside?
They're outside. But if you see the letter from the New Thing Fellowship, their address is off 288th Street, 19485.
But do members of their congregation live in the city of Homestead? Because if we're granting a waiver for a facility outside of our municipality, I want to ensure that whoever's reaping the benefits live in the city at least.
Councilwoman, we did not ask that question when they bring the waiver of fees to us. We bring it to council with their letter stating why they wanted waiver of fees.
Yes, sir.
As far as their intentions, is it a fundraiser or is this an actual, just a benefit to the community as a whole? Are they putting on like clinics and testing and screenings, or are they asking monies in order to attend these screenings?
Councilman Shelley, what it is that they're doing medical screening for the community, and also like the car sales for Miami-Dade County. They're asking us just to waive the fees to a pavilion, nothing else from us.
But I guess my question is, it followed up on what Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick's question was, is that if they don't live here within the city limits, or they don't have a business, or they're not located within our city limits, how are residents served if we're waiving the fees? And so if the organization is in fact making money off of this, then I would have a problem with it as well. On the other hand, if they aren't charging and any of our residents located here can show up to this screening, partake of it, then it still does provide a benefit to our residents, and I would be okay with it. And so I'm trying to clarify which one of those it is.
It says here, free medical, we'll be providing free medical services and offering information on how to prevent diseases and healthcare to the Homestead and Miami-Dade community.
Correct.
Vice Mayor, if I could.
Yes, sir.
You know, I wasn't really sure about which organization this was. I pulled up their website, and I know this pastor personally. I've had lunch with him. I met him. They come to City Hall once a year with the pastors group to pray for the city employees. And so when they came the last time, I asked he and his wife to join me for lunch. And I got to know them pretty well, and they certainly are the real deal, and they certainly have a bunch of people from Homestead in their organization. Okay. And my guess is he probably doesn't know about this agenda item because he's very active. He would have been here, it would be my guess, because they're really nice people, and their heart is in the right place.
So, question?
Yes, sir.
So, George, you are vouching for them.
Yes, I am, actually.
Wow.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't say.
Okay.
Councilwoman Waltman.
I'll vouch for them as well. I mean, it's free screening, it's here at the community center. Anybody, I mean, at the,
Pavilion.
yes, thank you. But everybody can go, it's open to the public.
Any further questions?
Question.
Please come to the podium, state your name and address and your question.
Thank you for hearing me, and I do apologize when you touched the subject for Galata Social Services. This is my first time that I'm here, so I was not aware, and it went right through us. I thank you because you have made that determination of terminating the city funds.
No, we're talking about a different item.
Okay.
This is not the item.
Okay, I realize you're not speaking about this item, but like I said it before, when you pass by the tab 29, which is Galata, I wasn't even aware. What
we did was we took care of tab 26 and 28 because we had some groups here that were large and we were trying to get them out so we could take care of the other business. We're now back at tab number 1, and we're going to work our way back down to tab number 29.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I apologize.
Vice Mayor, while the pastor is in the spotlight, I'd say, they have offered the city, by the way, anything that the city might need from them and their organization. They're more than willing to help, so feel free to reach out to them, and they've been really interested in engaging with the community. So whatever you think you may need from them, I'm sure they'd be willing to help.
Any last questions?
George, I've never seen you vouch for anybody this hard before with use of rental fees. Just with that alone, you have my support, because
Call the roll, please.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is car number 876, waiver of use fees for the William F. B. Dickinson Community Center, tab number 2. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, the Learning for Success, Inc. would like to host training and planning meeting to discuss the kids and the power of work Kapow at the William F. Bill Dickinson Community Center. This program brings the community, businesses, and school administrators together to educate students to the world of work. Learning for Success, Inc. is requesting that the mayor and council authorize city manager to approve waiver of usage fees in the amount of $500 for the use of the Dickinson Community Center on October 22nd, 2013. To host Kapow, according to the city's code, chapter 20, section 20-11, the fees and charges, city council sets fees and has the right to waive parks and recreation fees by a majority vote.
Thank you. Questions from the council?
Just a comment, Vice Mayor.
Yes,
This
sir.
is the organization that we joined in on just recently, and basically their goal is to empower young kids here in our community that attend our schools. What we did ask, at least this time, if they were going to come again, that they make sure that all the schools are from here in the city of Homestead. There were some schools that were outside of Homestead, and we just wanted to make sure that all the schools and the students that are attending are from Homestead. So they are, and so I would, they're going to have my support on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments from the public, for or against?
Through the chair, is John Casabora here? I haven't seen him. From Kapow?
Good evening.
Clara Waterman Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane. I've been involved in Kapow since 2003. It's been my pleasure to be a professional partner with the schools. It's now been 10 years. It's successful. I have been in the Homestead area since we've been able to get down here. I've been at Madondo, West Homestead. I have seen the impact on the children. It's a wonderful program. I'm so pleased that Nazi, when she came, was able to get the Kapow program down here in Homestead. So I just want to say I support this program. Anything I can do, let me know to convince you to please waive the waivers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nazi Sierra, 2611 Northeast 41st Place. I actually met Mr. Casparo in 2007 and volunteered and worked with him for all of these years. In fact, I'm still working with him on trying to make this curriculum even more interactive for the students and even for the volunteers. The impact that this program has on students, it really just makes the connect with what they are doing at the school level with what they're going to use in their future. And I know that Claire has been a part of this for many, many years, and I really, really encourage the council to move forward and give them the waiver. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would not be able to do this properly if I didn't say former Councilwoman Nazi Sierra also, so.
Through the
Recognize
chair.
her. Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to add that the Kapow program is a wonderful program. I participated and led a group of second graders from West Homestead Elementary and invited them to the chambers. And I believe Allison Love and David Hebert, are you vouching for this waiver of use? You participated as well with the Kapow. And I like the fact that they're expanding to middle school because that is a population that's very rarely targeted. And the fact that they've moved to middle school, I think, is a step in the right direction. So I wholeheartedly support this waiver of use fee.
Thank you. Any final comments?
Yes. On a final note, they are also expanding to high school, which is what I'm assisting them to do right now. Very excited.
Thank you. Any final comments? Okay, close the public hearing. Any questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilman Maldonado.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick.
Yes.
Councilman Shelley.
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, next item is the consent agenda for June 11th, 2013, council special.
Move it.
All minutes. June the 19th, 2013, council presentation, and June the 19th, council minutes. Been moved and seconded. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. James?
Yes. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon any of these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff has made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record, and persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, council members must disclose any ex parte communications they've had concerning any of the following items on this evening's quasi-judicial agenda. Hearing none at this time, the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on any of the following items.
Please stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I. Please state your name. Hereby swear or affirm that the information I present shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Car number 890, PH number 2012-53, waiver of plat to reconfigure two parcels.
Yes, this is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting a waiver of plat to Professional Care 1, Inc. for the division of property totaling approximately 10.14 acres located south of Campbell Drive, 312th Street, west of Southwest 147th Avenue, east of Southwest 152nd Avenue, and north of the C-103 Canal as legally described in Exhibit A and provided for an effective date.
I'll entertain a motion. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second
And seconded. Thank you. Staff report, please.
Thank you. David Hennis with Development Services.
David, you're going to have to get closer to the mic.
There you go. Is that better?
Yes.
This is a waiver of plat to reconfigure approximately 10.14 acres located south of Campbell Drive at Northeast 31st Terrace into two parcels consisting of a 5.07 acre north parcel and a 5.06 acre south parcel. The applicant intends to construct a 202-unit assisted living facility on the 5.07 acre north parcel. The south parcel is to be developed in the future and retains a 25-foot access easement across its north parcel. The application has been reviewed for compliance with City Code Section 2518 waiver of plat. The city surveyor has reviewed the waiver of plat survey and determined that the waiver meets the requirements of the code, as well as Miami-Dade County Chapter 28 and Chapter 177 of the Florida statutes. Staff's recommendation is approval of the proposed waiver of plat, and it is consistent with the criterion standards set forth in the city code, Miami-Dade County Chapter 28, and the Chapter 177 of the Florida statutes.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Yeah. Why don't we, when you guys are ready, if you want to, the applicant would like to say anything?
I have laryngitis. My name is Sandra Lynn, and I live 7 Barracuda Lane, Key Largo, Florida. I'm the attorney for this project. The waiver of plat is pretty self-explanatory, but we will go through the other things.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I feel bad for her. Any questions? All right. I will open up public comment. Any questions from the public? For or against? Seeing none, hearing none, I will close the public comment. Any last questions from the council on this particular item?
Yeah, how many units?
202, Jimmy.
202 units.
202 units?
Yes.
John, 202 units. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And if in its proximity, if you would bring, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else. Right. Go ahead.
The location of the project is on Campbell Drive.
Right.
It's directly across from the existing Baptist Hospital. It's in the site that's right across the street from the driveway that goes into Baptist Hospital on the south side of the street.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And
this is on the front 5 acres that
it's on the front 5 acres of.
Correct. Okay. Any other comments, questions from the council? All right. Madam Clerk, call the roll on this item, please.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Warman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Tab number 5, car number 609, PH 2012-31, rezoning to hotel, motel, and institutional district R4.
Yeah.
I'll entertain, James, go ahead.
Just for clarification, Vice Mayor, if we could, tab 12 is the related future land use map. If we could hear the future land use map, the second reading of that first, then the rezoning, which is tab 5, and then for tab 6, 7, and 8, I could read the titles of all of those, open the public hearing so you can collectively discuss the project, because all 3 of those tabs refer to the proposed 202 unit assisted living facility. And so any questions could be asked during that public hearing, and then you could just take a separate vote on each one of those items.
Okay, so you'd like to go 12, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Correct.
Okay, we'll skip to tab 12 then.
Tab 12 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting the request of Professional Care 1, Inc. for a small-scale future land use map amendment to the comprehensive plan by changing the land use designation of 2 parcels totaling approximately 10.14 acres from low-density residential use to light commercial use, located south of Campbell Drive, west of Southwest 147th Avenue, east of Southwest 152nd Avenue, and north of the C-103 Canal as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Staff report, please.
Thank you, sir. David Hennis, Development Services again. As was mentioned, this is a request for a small-scale comprehensive plan future land use map amendment for 2 parcels that total approximately 10.14 acres located south of Campbell Drive, west of Southwest 147th Avenue, east of Southwest 152nd Avenue, and north of the C-103 Canal, to light commercial use. The applicant intends to develop an assisted living facility on the undeveloped parcels upon approval of the requested small-scale flume amendment. The property currently has a future land use map designation of low-density residential use and is zoned agricultural district. Staff recommends that the mayor and council approve the proposed ordinance requesting a small-scale comprehensive plan future land use map amendment from low-density residential to light commercial use for the property.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
And we can ask questions on the whole project, right? Not yet?
Not yet.
When you going?
You can right now, but you're not to the specifics of the site plan, the special
Okay.
exception, the
I'll wait.
variance.
I'll wait.
Okay. On this item, any questions from the council? Anybody from the public, open up the public comment for or against? Please come forward now. Seeing none, I will close the public comment and go back for final questions from the council. Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Shelley? Yes. Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Now back to tab 5.
Yes, tab 5 is the second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, considering the request of Professional Care 1 Inc. for a rezoning of 2 parcels totaling approximately 10.14 acres from Agricultural District AU to Hotel Motel and Institutional District R4 for property located south of Campbell Drive, west of 147th Avenue, east of Southwest 152nd Avenue, and north of the C-103 Canal, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Is there a motion?
Move it.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I second it.
It's seconded. Thank you. Staff report, please.
Thank you. As was noted, this is a request for rezoning of 2 parcels totaling 10.14 acres from Agricultural District to Hotel, Motel, and Institutional District, R4. The applicant intends to develop an assisted living facility on the undeveloped parcels upon approval of the requested rezoning. The property is the east 10 acres of 31 acres owned by Baptist Health South Florida. The property currently has an agricultural district zoning designation and has a future land use map designation of low-density residential use. The Hotel, Motel, and Institutional R4 district permits hotels and motels, hospitals, clinics, churches, schools, daycare centers, assisted living facilities, and community residential homes. The maximum height of buildings located within the R4 district shall not exceed 35 feet or 3 stories, and a total lot coverage shall not exceed 70% of the total lot area. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval of the proposed rezoning at the September 12, 2012 Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Staff's recommendation is approval of the proposed rezoning from Agricultural District to Hotel, Motel, and Institutional District because the proposed rezoning is consistent with the light commercial use future land use map designation, and the location of the parcels is appropriate to support the permitted uses within the R4 district.
Thank you. James, would this be a time, I had calls from neighbors that back up to the C-103 Canal and are concerned about the height of a building that may come behind them, even though there is a canal and stuff. Is this the time when we can talk about the back acreage, that what their intentions might be in the future? Or if we give this to them today, they would be able to put a building of comparable size or whatever when they come back in the future?
Well, the future land use map has just been changed, so are you all approved the future land use map? So right now, they're entitled to a zoning that's consistent with the future land use map, which you just changed to light commercial, right, which agricultural is not. So, so just on that basis, you'll need to look at a zoning category that's consistent with the future land use map district, which this is. The next tabs, the site plan, the special exception, and the height variance will open up. You'll have a public hearing and you can discuss all of those issues relative to the specific project at that time. You can certainly entertain it and discuss it now, but it might be more beneficial for you to...
I just wanted to make sure I got in the right category, so I'll wait. Any other questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Yes, sir, Mr. Powell.
Good evening, Ed Powell, 745 Southeast 18th Lane. I had the pleasure of hearing this in the recent planning and zoning meeting, and we had a lady who represented herself as the president of the homeowners, and she was informed that she wasn't lobbying for that group, so she had to give only her personal comments. If you go over to that site, I live there, most of us shop there all the time at Publix. On the south side of the canal where the Awakening is, they have planted trees. Now the ones that have grown, you can't see the buildings from the back of Publix, and that's only 100 feet away. Well, this parcel, if you look, this is going to be up towards Campbell. It's not even towards the back of the property.
No, I understand. I'm looking to the future when they come back in for their next 5 acres.
If you look at those houses, there's probably 2 of them that you can see windows. There's trees lining that whole canal. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll close it. Final questions from the council on this item? Hearing none, seeing none. Call the roll, please.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Maldonado? Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay. Item 6, tab 6, 7, and 8, please.
Yes. Tab 6 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving a special exception to permit a 202-unit assisted living facility on approximately 5.07-acre parcel located south of Campbell Drive, west of Southwest 147th Avenue, east of 152nd Avenue, and north of the C-103 Canal, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Tab 7 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the request for a height variance from Section 30-277, building height limitations of the City Code of Ordinances, to permit a maximum building height of 60 feet for a 202-unit assisted living facility located south of Campbell Drive, west of Southwest 147th Avenue, east of 152nd Avenue, and north of the C-103 Canal, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for an effective date. And Tab 8 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval for a 202-unit assisted living facility on approximately 5.0-acre parcel located south of Campbell Drive, west of 147th Avenue, east of 152nd Avenue, north of the C-103 Canal, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move it.
It's been moved and seconded. Staff report, please.
Thank you, sir. The first item is a request for a special exception which would allow and permit the 202-unit assisted living facility on the 5.07 acres located south of Campbell Drive. The applicant intends to construct the ALF in a single phase, which includes a 139,039 square foot, 4-story building with 202 resident rooms, centralized kitchen and dining, theater, medical services, and activity areas. On-site amenities will include a gazebo, vegetable garden, 2 porte-cocheres, a guardhouse, and 126 on-site parking spaces. Based on the applicant's submittal, they have to meet the review criteria and development standards set forth within the code, Section 30-45D of the Code of Ordinances. There are 7 criteria within the code. They range from compatibility with and impact on surrounding properties to traffic, comprehensive plan, code compliance, design, timing and pattern of development, and temporary events. Based on those criteria, staff is recommending approval of the special exception to permit a 202-unit assisted living facility. The next item is a height variance from the City of Homestead Code of Ordinances, Section 30-277, Building Height Limitations, which limits the maximum height of buildings in the hotel, motel, and institutional district to 35 feet and 3 stories. The applicant proposes to develop an assisted living facility on the property with a maximum building height of 60 feet or 4 stories. The property currently has, I won't go into that, the hotel, motel district permits hospitals, clinics, and ALFs, and the maximum height is limited to 35 feet and 3 stories. However, the applicant is pursuing the variance to go to 60 feet and 4 stories. City Code Section 30-42C establishes that a variance shall demonstrate conformance with the following criteria. There are 8 criteria within the code. I won't read them, but they're within the staff report. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval of the proposed height variance at their June 26, 2013 Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Staff's recommendation is approval of the variance as consistent with the review criteria and the standards required pursuant to Section 30-42C of the City Code. And the final item of the 3 is actually the site plan that would develop the site. It's to develop the 202-unit assisted living facilities. It provides the same measurements and qualities that were listed in the special exception phase of the presentation. The Planning Board recommended approval of the site plan at the June 26 Planning and Zoning Board meeting, and staff is recommending approval of the proposed site plan as it is consistent with the site plan criteria and standards required in Section 3047 of the City Code, with the light commercial land use future land use map designation and the design tenants and development standards of the hotel, motel, and institutional R4 zoning districts.
Thank you. Questions from the council?
I have a question for tab 7.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Tab 7? Yes. Okay.
Either 6, 7, or 8, whichever one you want.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth McCormick, and I represent the Oasis community where this proposed project will be held. I would have loved to have had the opportunity to meet with you to discuss this project, but we're here, so I'll just address my concerns now. About the height variance, the current code allows for 35 feet or 3 stories, and you would like an exemption for a maximum of 60 feet. If you're planning to build it for 52.5 feet, why are you requesting a maximum of 60 feet? And I'm asking this because my constituents, they were alarmed when they saw 60 feet. So if you're not utilizing the 60 feet, and I have a concern with that as well, why are you requesting the maximum? Because to me, it seems like it's giving you the autonomy to build to the maximum of 60 feet, and we have concerns with that. So would you like to communicate your vision and your rationale for requesting that maximum?
My name is Gabriel Salazar. I'm the architect with Salazar Architectural Group at 4970 Southwest 72nd Avenue in Miami. One of the reasons that, and I know we struggle with this, one of the nature of when you're designing this type of facility is that it's important to make the facility as compact as possible because travel distances for the people who live there becomes a concern. And so it's essential to design the facility as compact as possible, and obviously it's better to go vertical than to go horizontal. This is not a typical residential community where you can walk, a couple hundred feet to get to your unit. And that's the nature of the way that the design was done. Additionally, the benefits you have is that we're providing setbacks that are beyond the 35 foot from each side. For example, on this side, on the west side, on the east side, we're providing 66 to 80 feet of setback where typically I could be at 45 feet. So I'm mentioning, and also in the front, we're close to 80 feet or so in terms of the setback. Because of the nature of the way we designed it, it gets compact, it gets a little higher, but the distances of your setback of your building is not at 35 feet. So if it's further away, it does create some compensation. The other thing is I know there's a single family communities down on the south side, and this application is particularly addressing this particular phase 1. So you will have the opportunity, once phase 2 goes through, to be able to address it at that point if that becomes a concern. The other thing is, we do know that down Campbell Drive, because it is commercial on the main artery. And there are other buildings along that street on the west side that are also 5 stories as well, or even higher. But that's the reason why we ended up with additional height. So there is some compensation. If you look at the rendering, these are the renderings. This is what you see as you drive from Campbell Drive, from the expressway as you're heading westbound. You get to see the facility, the guardhouse, the main entry, the porte cochere, and then this is what you see from Campbell Drive on the east side of the building. We're providing 2 different porte cocheres or drop-off areas. This is going to be a high-end in terms of the use and the services being provided. We have 35,000 square feet of amenity spaces. We have theaters, we have dining areas, arts and crafts, card rooms. So there's a lot of services being provided, but it's essential that it stay compact.
If I can just follow up to your comment, and thank you for the explanation. I don't doubt that this is going to be a beautiful product in the Oasis community. I would just like to suggest that when you're bringing these large projects into essentially a residential community, that you properly vet them with the constituents in the community. And I would like to invite you to the Oasis community and to have a conversation with myself and my constituents to clarify any misconceptions and to clearly articulate your plans for this project to ease the concern and the confusion with which I have been receiving the brunt of. So if you would acquiesce, I would love to facilitate that.
Fine. Yes, we're open to that.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, is how much community engagement have you all done within that community? Because I guess I'm a big stickler on if projects are coming into a particular council person's district, that they ought to have the respect for you all to meet and have conversation, because you wouldn't want a whole lot of resistance in this process where we are now. And so I just want to know how much in community engagement have you all had? Meetings, anything of that nature have you all had with the community over there?
Good evening. My name is Jacob Shacham. I'm the principal behind this project. We are in Homestead for 32 years. The first time I came here, it was May of 80. In 92, we were the only community, the only facility that was open in the entire South when the entire city was destroyed. I don't believe that I have any family today in the city of Homestead that doesn't know who is the Palace Garden. And to try to start to explain who is the Palace Garden and what we do for the community and how many employment we have.
I'm not asking about that. I know what you all do. You have
a community behind this.
But my question is, how much community engagement have you all had with the community over there? That's all I'm asking. I know what you all do. Trust me, I do. You all have done amazing things for my district, but I'm asking you, how much community engagement have you all?
Not too much. The only community that we engaged was the community south, out of behind the canal. And it's the only community that it's really close to us to discuss them. To discuss anything with them. We put some pamphlet out to explain what we do, and we didn't have any reaction or anything. We have some people that we are serving from this community, and they're very, very pleased that we are coming close by, but not more than this.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to find out, because, I think going forward that, this is a large project, and let me just say, I'm supportive of the project. I just like to know, just in case, how much community engagement, had happened, and so, that I needed that, that answer. So I guess between now, let me ask a question to staff. If, perhaps when this goes through, are they coming back to us, or this is it? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
clarify for you. This is it for the north 5-acre parcel that you're looking at now. When the back parcel comes in for development, it'll come back to you for approval. So Phase 2, if you will be reviewed by you in the future.
Question, if I could, back to the architect. You spoke of setbacks of being greater than 35 feet, but I never heard you answer why you were, and maybe I just missed it. Why are you asking for a 60-foot over 35-foot in the height? I understand your building is compact and this, but the building that you actually are proposing, I believe, is 52 feet. So I think the councilwoman's question that I never heard answered, and maybe it was why would you ask for 60 if you only need 52?
When we started, right now the height is measured to the median height, correct me if I'm wrong, and at the time when we submitted this, we figured we were going to be close to 60 feet, but now we know that we're at 52'6" to the median height. So we're well below that height requirement, and when we started the whole process, we were going through the rezoning and requesting all the information. We hadn't fixed or determined the true height, but we are at 52'6", and we have no problems in committing to that median height at this point. But at the moment, we requested the 60 feet, not knowing the actual height.
Right. So then my question to staff is that height variance would be good for the total 10 acres? Just the front 5?
Just for this building.
Because the concern that people have is, and I understand Mr. Powell's point when he came up there's trees and stuff, but if you put a 5- and 6-story building back up against that property line, people, their fear is that, then they've got 3 stories that can still look over the trees into whatever they may have a pool or whatever. So that was the concern that was brought to me over there. So as you guys proceed forward, please just keep that in mind, and I know you will.
Yeah, we will.
You've been good neighbors here for a long time. You're building another outstanding project down here for us.
No, we understand and we're sensitive to that, and we'll be more sensitive on that when we go through Phase 2.
And then my next point, I guess, would be to the manager and to the development services staff is when people come in with these projects, perhaps we can, and I know we used to do this, James, a lot when things were being built over there with the homes and stuff. If there was a homeowners association, we would always ask them to go out and do some community effort and try to get in touch with them and have meetings so that their input could be put in at the planning stage instead of at the final stage when it's almost, you guys have your plans all drawn and people get in a panic and it's near impossible for you to go back without a big expense being incurred on your part if there's a big argument that they come and fight. So I would just ask that we make sure we have some sort of outreach or ask people to reach out to the neighborhoods, especially as that area starts to become alive again. And I know we used to do it in the past, and it worked out quite well for both. I mean, we got in my particular neighborhood, we ended up with single-family homes instead of townhouses, and we squared up the lots, and the developer actually ended up gaining a few properties just because of our conversations back and forth. So I think it's good for both sides, not just the neighbors who have concerns. So that would be something that I would please ask Development Services to do as people come in. Thank you. Any other questions from the
I
council?
just have a question.
Go ahead.
Since you won't be utilizing the 60-foot height variance, is it okay for us to amend this to about 50? You said you won't go higher than 55, did you say?
52.6.
You're using 52.5, so can we cap it at 53 since you won't need the 60 anyway?
Yes, you can. The notice was sent out for 60 feet, which is the maximum, so if anything less than that's appropriate, and you have the ability to grant anything less than that. Anything over would require us to come back and renotice, but we're not in that situation.
I'm not concerned about over, I'm concerned about 60.
I'd like to ask a question for clarification. We do have elevators and stairs that do have to go up to the roof level, so I just want to make sure those, the minimum height is to the ridge, to the hip line, so I just want to make sure we don't violate some sort of height by doing so.
The way height is defined in the code is the median height of the roof. Therefore, their median height is at 52 6 inches. However, the very top pitch of the roof is at 60 feet, just under 60. So if we allow them for a variance to 52.6, the roof is still going to be allowed to go to 60 because the median height is defined as the median. Therefore, the 52.6 that they're talking about is actually the definition of height, is how height is measured, even though the variance is at 60. It's basically giving them that clarity that the top of the roof at the maximum level is 60, but if we change it to 52.6, then we sort of need to clarify it whether or not it's median height or maximum height. And if it's maximum height, it's going to drop their roof pitch and may affect their elevators.
I understand. Well, I withdraw that.
Ms. Wall, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, if before you leave tonight, can you please leave me your contact information so that I can call you tomorrow to begin our dialogue with how we're going to meet with my constituents?
No problem.
Ms. Wall?
Actually, it solved itself. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't inhibit you in any way with the hip line of the roof, because I kind of come from a construction family, so I know there's little inches there that mean a lot when it gets right down to the bottom line. So I'm really proud of this project. I know the hospital is very excited to have you nearby, and the merchants along the way on Campbell Drive, and I know Ms. Fairclough McCormick knows as well that you're very good neighbors, and they're going to go out of their way, I know, to welcome the homeowners and make them all feel a part of the Palace family, as you've done the entire community of Homestead for so many years. And I remember the times after Hurricane Andrew when you were feeding everybody. So we appreciate all that you do, and I'm so glad we were able to work it out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, Madam Clerk, call the rolls on tab 6, 7, and 8. Do we need to call those individually, James?
Yes.
Okay. Starting with tab 6, please.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley? Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Tab 7, please.
Do you need separate motions and seconds?
You need separate motions, or the one motion was good for all of them?
We'll have one motion that was good for all of them. Now I just need a separate vote on each item.
Thank you.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries. Tab 8, Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to tab 10.
9.
9, excuse me. We're all out of sorts here tonight. Tab 9. Thank you.
Tab 9 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the Malibu Bay PUD Master Development Plan to increase the maximum building height of the Hampton Inn Hotel and Suite structure to permit a maximum building height of 95 feet located at 2855 Northeast 9th Street as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Is there a motion?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Staff report, please.
Thank you, sir. This is a request for an amendment to the Malibu Bay Planned Unit Development Master Development Plan to increase the maximum height of the Hampton Inn and Hotel and Suites located at 2855 Northeast 9th Street. The amendment seeks to increase the height of the hotel from plus or minus 70 feet to plus or minus 95 feet to accommodate 62 additional suites. Approval of the application will amend the master development plan for the Malibu Bay Plan Unit Development to allow the addition of 2 floors to the existing Hampton Inn Hotel and Suites, increasing building height from the 70 feet 5 stories to approximately 95 feet and 7 stories. The master development plan for the Malibu Bay PUD currently limits the height of hotels on the site to 5 stories. Section 30-468 of the Code of Ordinances provides that any significant change of an approved master development plan requires approval of the City Council. Section 30-571B of the Code of Ordinances establishes that building height in a PUD shall not exceed 150 feet, and that the City Council shall determine the appropriate height limit for each individual PUD. I should note that the applicant has stated in their application that the existing 5-story hotel structure was initially designed to support 7 stories, and that the existing site plan can accommodate the existing parking needed to serve the additional 62 new suites. The Planning and Zoning Board reviewed the application at their June 26, 2013 meeting and recommended approval. Staff's recommendation is also approval of the proposed amendment to the Malibu Bay Plan Unit Development Master Plan to increase the maximum height of the Hampton Inn Hotel and Suites at 2855 Northeast 9th Street to 95 feet, 7 stories, in accordance with Section 30-571B and 30-468 of the Code of Ordinances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a, we already had the motion. Questions from the council, excuse me.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vice Chair. Just a clarification. I know, does this height that we're allowing only apply to this hotel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the PUD is defined as just those 2 little hotels, so the amendment to the PUD as a whole does not allow for any other structures other than this hotel to go higher than they are?
Correct. The PUD is a very large PUD, but this amendment only applies to this one site.
Okay, it's very slight. I just wanted to make sure, because it's kept referring just to the hotel, but it didn't indicate to me if it was or was not site-specific, so I wanted to make sure it didn't have future ramifications. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Is there a representative here?
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. McCormick.
I just have a quick question.
Good evening, George Sapero, Prime Group.
Can you talk, I'm sorry, I have an ear infection. Can you talk a little louder?
Good evening, George Sapero, Prime Group.
Okay. I'm just curious as to what substantiates or warrants this request to go higher.
Well, let me, I will address your question. Before I get to that, let me get to Shelley's question, Councilman Shelley's question on height in the PUD, because the Baptist Hospital is part of this PUD, and they exceed the 70 feet. They're about 7 stories as well. The institutional use for the PUD allows up to 150 feet, but it's limited to the institutional use. We're requesting to allow this specific hotel to have the additional floors, but there's other things in the PUD that already exceed that height and are allowed even higher. We're not interested in going to 150 feet, we just need the 95. To the question of what precipitated this increase, we've always entertained having a 7-story hotel, Hampton Inn. This was the first hotel we brought to Hampton, the first major brand hotel. However, when we started working on this, it was in 2008. We finished the hotel in the summer of 2009. That was still a very scary time in the market. We always believed, we're big cheerleaders for the City of Homestead. We believed that we were going to do very well. We were convinced that a 7-story hotel would work well, but we were a little shy, a little conservative, because the economy was in pretty bad shape in 2007, 2008 still. It's much better now. We now have a track record. We now have proven. We basically took a big risk in proving to the market that we could do this. There were a lot of non-believers out there. We came in, we did it. We've shown that we have a good occupancy. We've opened a second hotel. It's doing very well as well. We're not planning on adding the 2 stories tomorrow. We want the market to develop further. After all, it's only been a couple of years since the hotels have been open. But we know that we're going to get to where we want to get, and we believe that we're going to need those additional 2 floors. We always plan for the 2 floors. The structure is 7-story ready. All the systems, like the elevators and everything, was designed to accommodate 7 stories. We were just shy at the time and didn't go for the last 2 floors. We're doing it. We're requesting it now. We believe that it's going to work well in the market.
So initially, you proceeded with caution.
Yes.
But your overall vision, your initial vision was to essentially go up to the 7th floor?
That's correct.
I read in the packet that you're generally at 80% capacity? at the hotel?
Depending what time of the year, 70 to 80%. And that's, we expect, it's a new hotel. As people know that the hotel is here, we expect it to do better and better. And our belief is that we're going to grow with Homestead's big comeback as more things start happening in the city, and Turkey Point and other things are going to start bringing in more professionals, that we're going to do better and better and have better prospects in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
If I could just, I think it was always your intention, right? It was always the intention. I remember in the talks, before we even started construction, it was always the dream that they would be very successful, and you've proven to be. So.
Thank you very much.
I would ask the same thing that we asked of the last applicant. Have you guys reached out to the neighbors around there and let them know what your intentions are of moving up? And if so, any responses or any comments?
Not really. They've been noticed through the mail. To a large part, we are our own neighbors. So
there are some buildings behind you there.
Yeah, there's some vacant lots owned by developers related to us that we also represent. Everybody else has been noticed through the regular PNC process and council mailing processes. We haven't received any
okay. Thank you.
Thoughts.
Any comments from the public? For or against? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Final questions from the council. Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Warman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess? Yes. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're excited to continue to do great things in the city.
Now we can go to tab 10.
Tab 10 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the request for a front setback variance from Section 30-396.62 Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood, Traditional Multifamily Neighborhood Sub-Area Building Placement Setback of the City Code of Ordinances for J. Johnson Funeral Home, located at 653 Southwest 8th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor, if you'd like, I can also read and open the second tab, tab 11. It deals with the same project, so you can discuss them collectively for efficiency. Tab 11 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving the request for parking placement variance from Section 30-396.62 Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood Traditional Multifamily Neighborhood Subarea Parking Placement of the City Code of Ordinances for J. Johnson Funeral Home, located at 653 Southwest 8th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I need a motion for tab 10 and 11.
Move it.
Been moved. Is there a second? And seconded. Thank you. Staff report on these two items, please.
Thank you, sir. The first item is a variance from City Code Section 30-396.62 Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood Traditional Multifamily Neighborhood Subarea Building Placement Standards for improvements to property located at 665 and 653 Southwest 8th Street. The City Code requires a maximum front setback of 20 feet or 20% of the lot depth, whichever is less. The applicant proposes improvements which will increase the amount of building area on site to 2,660 square feet with a front setback of 49.8 feet. The site currently contains a 1,460 square foot building with a front setback, which is also at the 49.8 feet. The property is zoned Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood Traditional Multifamily, has a future land use map designation of Planned Urban Neighborhood, both of which do permit a funeral home. Code Section 30-396.37 provides variances from dimensional requirements or waivers from any other criteria are discouraged. However, a variance may be granted by council provided the applicant meets the standards pertaining to the variance provided within. Staff has evaluated the 8 criteria required for a variance in this nature and is recommending your consideration and approval of the proposed front setback variance based upon the criteria required in Section 30-42C of the Code of Ordinances, Section 30-396.37 of the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood Traditional Multifamily Neighborhood Subarea District, and the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan. The second item is a variance for the same location, 665 and 653 Southwest 8th Street. It is a change that deals with the parking placement. The city code requires on-site parking to be placed a minimum of 20 feet behind the front facade of the building. The applicant proposes improvements which place 9 of the 21 on-site parking spaces in front of the facade of the expanded funeral home facility. Staff has also evaluated and included within the staff report an evaluation of the 8 criteria required for a variance to be granted, and the Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval of the parking placement variance as well as the setback variance at their June 26th Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Staff also offers the item for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from the council? Mr. Williams? Nothing?
No, I recommend we go ahead and approve it.
All right. Any comments from the public? Open the public hearing for or against? Items 10 and 11. Hearing none, seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Final questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
This is for tab 10, correct?
Yes, tab 10. Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
He's absent.
Councilwoman Woolman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Motion carries. Tab 11. Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilwoman Woolman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 13.
An ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budgets for several funds and departments of the city for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2012, ending September 30, 2013, by increasing the total budget revenues by
$988,107. There's a title in there, it has an extra 3 in front of it, so it should be $988,107.
Thank you, Carlos.
The ordinance is correct, it's attached, it's just a title.
Thanks, Carlos. Providing for a repealer, severability, and an effective date.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it.
Been moved. Is there a second? I'll second it. Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, staff recommends the mayor and council approve and amend the fiscal year 2013 budget for various funds as per the attached schedule.
Okay, questions from the council? Mr. Williams.
Could you provide some history behind this so that we're all clear?
Hello? Sorry, I apologize. Of the night, this is for second reading, this came before you once before. $755,000 of that is for the West Homestead Elementary, and the balance, I believe, is for blight removal.
Now, this is for the code enforcement piece, portion of this for some of the blight that's in the CRA area. Is this right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this will be the total that will need, now how much is with the blight? I can't seem to pull it up.
The
on my-
remainder is 211,000, I believe.
Okay, so once, if this is approved tonight, then we'll be able to knock down some more buildings in my district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like tomorrow?
No, sir, but as quickly as we can.
Quick, okay, that's good enough.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? I'll open the public hearing. Any questions or concerns from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Back to the council. Any final questions?
Yes, Mr. City Manager, did you go out and get reinforcements? It's not gonna die tonight.
We've had a roller coaster on this one.
I know, man. Well, that's why I want him to be clear with what exactly it was, so.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gorman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
No.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is a second reading of an first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 16, Local Business Taxes and Business Regulations, Article 2, Local Business Tax Receipt, Section 1639, Local Business Tax Receipt Inspection Fee, to amend the applicable timeframes for required re-inspections, providing for severability, inclusion in the code, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, Section 16-39 of the City Code requires the Development Services Department to annually re-inspect every business seeking to renew a business tax receipt and to collect an additional $105 service fee for the re-inspection. The fee defrays the cost of handling and processing the application and inspections, which include air conditioning, electrical, and plumbing disciplines. This requirement was adopted by the City Council in 2010, but was not implemented. Implementation will entail conducting approximately 7,500 additional inspections per year and involving approximately $265,000 in additional development costs to property owners. In other cities, businesses are not required to call in re-inspections of their business when they are renewing their licenses. Staff recommends that the code be changed to require an initial inspection of a business at the time of the initial business tax receipt, then re-inspected on a 5-year cycle. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve an amendment to section 16-39 of the city code to require re-inspection of businesses to occur every 5 years.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
Yeah, could you give me why was not followed through after 2010? What was the history on that? And then why you bring it now?
This has been an item that, from what I understand, has been discussed annually due to staffing issues. We're not really established to staff this type of ongoing item on an annual basis. It requires about 7,500 additional inspections annually to do, which also adds about $105 in cost to each business operation on an annual basis, on top of the actual business license itself, the renewal fee. So from a staffing standpoint, it's been difficult to accommodate. At this point in time, we've tried to bring to you items for your consideration that seem to allow the city to operate and function more efficiently and provide the residents as well as the commercial entities some relief from the economic issues that they're dealing with. That's why it's before you now. We're able to implement it. It just hasn't been implemented due to the staffing relationships that go along with it and the cost to property owners. So what we thought we would do is to bring it before you to modify the code so that we're not operating outside of the code. We're actually changing it to a way where we can function efficiently and saving the property owners some money. We feel that doing it on a 5-year basis would allow us to make up the differences that...
No, the part about saving.
Excuse me?
The part about saving. Saving the who?
Well, the safety issue is...
No, saving. S-A-V-I-N-G, saving. Who are we saving?
Money?
Saving money, yes.
For who? For the who? For businesses?
For the business owners.
Wow. I'm with that. Okay.
And if the safety issue, the properties are inspected annually by the fire department, so that if there are safety issues that come up, they will coordinate with our building services department to take care of those anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Final questions from the council? Hearing none, seeing none, please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Maldonado,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick,
Yes.
Councilman Shelley,
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Yes.
The motion carries.
I've been advised by the attorneys we can take tabs 15 through 23 as one item, unless somebody has one they would like to pull and discuss separately. We can do that.
Yeah, I want to pull tab 17.
Any other items? Anybody against doing them as a bundle? Okay, James, let's do the, or Mr. Weiss?
Just need to move, somebody needs to move items, tabs 15 through 23 with the exception of item 17.
You don't have anything to read first?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'll move that.
Okay, is there a second? There's been a motion and a second. Any comments on those items? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll open the public on tabs 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Any public comments? Yes, sir, come to the podium. Okay, never mind. Okay, close the public comments. Final comments from the council. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Wallman,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick,
Yes.
Councilman Shelley,
Yes.
Councilman Williams.
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, we'll go to tab 17, car number 875, RFP number 201324, swimming pool management services. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Staff report on this one, please.
Vice Mayor, the Parks and Recreation Department would like to hire a qualified contractor to provide swimming pool management services to oversee the Roby George Park pool year-round with the highest level of lifeguards, pool maintenance, risk assessment management, and affordable aquatic programming, swim lessons, and adult water exercise for children, adults, and seniors. The USA Pools of Florida has been in business nationwide for 33 years and specializes in these services. This contract will be a savings to the Roby George pool budget by eliminating the cost to the city for providing lifeguard services and pool services. Additionally, the city residents will benefit from the added programming. Staff recommends the mayor and council authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with USA Pools of Florida for swimming pool management services in the amount of $88,700.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Williams?
Yes, thank you so very much. This company is coming in to provide exactly what? Because if we voted a year ago or so, that the pool is free for residents over there, how are these people going to make money?
Councilman Williams, with the RFP, it did state that we do not charge for our residents, so they have to abide by that. That will only be charged by the people that are non-residents will have to pay. And of course, if they do programs or activities, they would charge.
Question, what are the hours of operation now?
That'll be part of our negotiations with them, once you approve it, but we'll probably keep it the same way that we're keeping it now, sir, 7 days a week.
7 days a week?
That's what we're doing at this time.
And the hours?
The hours that we do now is from, I think it's like 9 o'clock till 7 days a week.
Now, if they're going to be making money and keeping service, that means they would have to cut some of those hours for the public that are for free. So, and charge. So how much of that time schedule are they going to be cutting into that?
That would all be part of the negotiations. What we did is put an RFP out there to when council approved Parks and Rec to take over the pool and FICA Williams. Our goal was to bring more programs there and also to, find people that can help us out in our budget over there because we were spending around $180,000 in lifeguards and pool maintenance. This will help us in our budget, and also that we can also bring things that to the city.
What I don't want to see happen.
Yes, sir.
Is what and I suspect it will happen, is that in order for them to, this is business for them.
Right.
At the end of the day, they've got to make money. And what I don't want to see is their hours being cut.
Correct.
So that they will ensure their programs, and then the kids that are coming for free within the area that lives over there will have certain sectors and times to swim. And I don't know what kind of, I don't know how that will work. That's my only issue with this. I'm not trying to fight against it.
I understand.
I just have real concerns because if they're in the business to make money, they have to cover themselves. They got to pay their personnel.
Of course.
And they're going to have to put some strict programs in place to charge.
Of course.
That was the whole piece of eliminating that whole fee. How much did they used to pay before? The kids before we waived the fee? What was it? $1. So now we're talking about bringing a company in here. They're going to charge more than $1 for whatever their programs will be, and then the hours are going to be cut for the residents over there to enjoy. And I'm just a little cautious about this. I'm trying to find I see the bigger picture to help, but I don't know sustainability of that company, and if we'll be back in the same position again. I just don't.
Councilman, if I could suggest, Vice Mayor?
Mr. Gretzis.
In light of those concerns, because the council is really not sure exactly how the schedule is going to work and which programs, if we could amend this so that it says, that gives us authorization to negotiate an agreement, and then we can come bring it back to you. So at least we have one entity that's the selected entity that we can now negotiate and come back to you in greater detail about what we're programming. This way there's no surprise about what's going to happen there.
Okay, so out of that RFP, how many companies applied to do this?
On the RFP, there was 3 companies.
3 companies, and what made you choose this one to bring to us out of all the other ones?
The review committee that was set up, Councilman Williams, they review the bidders. They see what's better for the city, and the recommendation is this.
Okay, but how can they see what's better for the city and the community over there when we don't know exactly what they're going to implement?
Well,
that's my whole problem with the process. And I'm not, Dennis, in no way am I beating up on you.
That's all right, sir.
No, I'm not. You do a very good job.
Thank you, sir.
But I wrestle with some of these ideas that come, and then we say it's free one year, and then we bring in a management company to say that they get to charge, and, I'm pretty sure it's going to be open for the whole Homestead community. But then I don't want to lose the sense of direction in why we did what we did a year ago to make it free during this economic challenging time.
Yes,
and let's be honest about the area in which I serve, the Southwest area. They take full advantage of the pool.
Yes,
and now to come back and bring in a structure that we have said that we're going to, allow this because of the economic downturn. I just don't know if I can support a management company coming in, putting a schedule in place, because they've got to make money, and then what happens to those persons who can't afford those lessons?
And I understand your concerns, and our concerns are the same as yours. That's why when we picked the RFP, what we wanted, that's why we'll negotiate with them to tell them what the city is looking for and what we're asking for. And that's why we're asking you for your approval to do that. Procurement did call USA Pool, and I don't know if they're here to answer any of your questions. They are here if you want to talk to them.
Okay. I don't know if they want to get into it now, but come on, I'm ready.
Well, we think here's some of the concerns.
Because I have tons of questions on the viability of their company, how they're going to make money, knowing that the economic depressed area in which they're coming in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a whole nother issue. It is an economic depressed area that you're coming in, and how are you going to... I can't hear you. Turn it. I think your mic is off. See if you can turn it back on. Yeah.
Good afternoon. David Sheldon, Director of Operations, USA Pools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council members, and the public of Homestead. Just to really reply, we responded to the RFP, and that's what's brought us here. Generally, when we work with cities, and the cities we represent include the city of New York, we've had the opportunity to serve the City of New York Flushing Meadows Pool since 2007, and we represent all of the City of Atlanta public pools. We've been working with DeKalb County, and the list goes on and on, out to the West Coast, City of Roswell, New Mexico, and places in between. What we try to provide to the municipalities that we serve is an opportunity to do two things. Since 1979, we've been streamlining the way we manage swimming pools to save money. It's the old Walmart theory, sort of, in that if we can, chemicals are a huge cost. If we could bring the chemical cost by for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clients, not just municipalities, homeowners associations, country clubs, we can save you a tremendous amount of money there. Expertise and service, just our knowledge. If we can look at something and help you prevent problems in the future, we're not just saving you money now, but we're saving you money down the road. And staffing and training. By being able to go into these markets and really find the best kids, we're getting you longevity. And if we can keep good people, people from the community, people who know the pools that they're working at, and know the residents and know the people that they're serving, those people will come back year in and year out, saving money from training, because we're not having to retrain. And any of you who have ever run a business, retraining employees and hiring new employees is your single greatest cost. I'm really here to say that what we want to do is, with many of our programs, we're here to work with you. There are communities where we don't, in fact, our original proposal didn't provide for receiving any gate revenue. Whatever that is, or nothing, would be certainly up to the city. We had proposed a percentage share program on gross revenues of additional programs, swim lessons, things beyond the scope of pool use. And I can't really speak to, the RFP spoke to providing these services. It wasn't specific as to what services may or may not be included, and I think that's what the gentleman was speaking of as part of the negotiation process. But as far as programs, we provide everything from teaching young infants to swim to one of my favorite classes is our adult swim lessons classes. It's a devastating fact how many adults drown every year because they don't know how to swim, and being able to provide and offer programs to those folks at times that are convenient. So we're here to serve you. And if there are specific questions, we'd be happy to do our best to answer.
Let me ask you a specific question. If what you're, I get the whole process of what you just said. Typically, what would you charge for a swimming lesson?
Generally speaking, and this is a loaded question, I'm going to answer your question with that, about how many lessons and what kind of lessons would dictate that. We have programs in which, especially in areas where there may be challenges, we were able to offer a series of ballpark figure. Per student for an 8-lesson session, usually 2 weeks, about $40 or $50 for a private user. But then what we are also able to do is, because of that opportunity, we can target areas based on the negotiations where we can also offer, if you will, complimentary lessons, because there are going to be people in need, people who can't afford a lesson. And it's in my best interest as the operating manager to make sure that every person who visits one of our pools is able to swim. And if that means in getting the opportunity we have to give back, that's a win-win in my opinion. So that's part of the negotiating process, understanding how many lessons you have, looking at your track record. If you've taught 1,000 lessons, 900 aerobic sessions a month, that's a very, very big animal, and we're able to give even more. So that's a ballpark cost for you. And it changes. We charge what the market will bear, and if it's less, then we charge less, and obviously more. But that's absolutely negotiable.
Okay, because my whole issue is, and then the other question I have, based on the hours of operation,
how many programs throughout the day would the pool be open or for the residents to swim for free that we have engaged them in? And then how many other programs throughout the day are you going to put in place that will take up the time that the pool is open?
Well, I think that would absolutely have to be dictated by Parks and Recreation in the city. It's not my job to come in and say, we'd like to close your pool from 12 to 6 and open it from 6 to 5.
No, that's not what I'm asking you.
What kind of
I'm
programs?
asking you programmatic programs. In other words, if you're going to have swimming lessons from 12 to 4, how many programs in a day are you planning on having?
Again, I would defer back to Parks and Recreation in the hours of operation. Most lessons and instruction is done before what would be considered traditional free swim. So if you're free swim, and I'm speculating, but if your free swim hours are 12 to 6, you would conduct your programming prior to that time and then after that time. And again, that allows you to not interrupt the free swim, the recreational swim, if you will, for a better term, and then you have the programming on either sides of it. And as use allows, one of the things you don't want to do is introduce instruction during free swim and jeopardize the safety of the swimmers. You want the focus of instruction to be on instruction. You want the focus of our team during the other hours to be on watching the patrons of the pool.
Right, I get that, and I hear you, but our free swim is all day.
What would the hours be?
The hours of operation is what? What are the hours of operation, Dennis?
During school, when we have the school going on, we open up at 3 to when the sun goes down, and then what happens during summertime, we open up all day.
All day. So all day or after school is always free.
Okay, then as far as the instructional portion, then it would be, again, a function of working with pool use. Clearly, there are going to be times, and we probably would have to go back to the historicals, again, with Parks and Rec, as we do with other communities and cities, to establish high use times. We know that at certain times a day, you may have a preponderance of camps, so we don't want to try to do instructions then, as many cities do. But we may also then say, all right, well, those camps break at noon for lunch, so we're going to do lessons from 12 to 2. Again, it's a matter of when we come in, it's a partnership. Okay. It's working with you to establish what works best. I apologize for answering your questions with questions, but I want to make sure we help you out there.
I think that in light of that, then, from what I'm hearing, it's going to have to be compromise of the hours of operation in order for them to facilitate the pool services, management services, that they're able to do their instruction in order for them to make money. I mean, at the end of the day, you all still are a business. You have to survive, and with that, things have to be looked at and put in place as it relates to how you're going to facilitate that. So I'm looking to hear back. I'm not completely sold. I'm not 100%. I'm like 5%. So I'm being honest, because I'm here to fight for my community, to make sure that we live up to what we said we were going to do, provide a pool service for free. And now we're coming back to the table saying management service and then paying whatever, even though the classes are intensive and educational. I get that. I'm fine with that. But not so fine with a management company coming in to facilitate that and do that. So I don't know. So that's where I am, and I'm not so.
Councilwoman. Can I say something, Mr. Williams?
Absolutely.
Sean, what we're doing now, we're opening up the pool, and we'll let everybody swim, and whoever's not a resident, they have to pay. We're paying for lifeguards. We're paying for pool maintenance. It comes out to $180,000 out of our budget. All right, so we're not making any revenue. We're going to pay a company to come in and manage our pool. We're going to pay them $87,000, but we're going to get programs for our kids that do need programs to do how to swim.
I get so we're getting more
for the community.
Dennis, I get that, but I'm wrestling with this philosophically. It's not about. Remember, I clearly remember when we talked about this going for free. It was at a point to where it was cents and dollars. you know, how much it was going to be. And at that point, it was cents and dollars and not a big deal. Now you're putting an economic issue on me as if it's a hardship for the city to do, as if that area does not pay property taxes that contributes to your budget.
True.
And so, you know, if that is you know, I don't want to go back into a debate. I'm just saying my personal opinion. I'm not sold on going back over what we did. That's all. I'm all for the services that ought to be, but I'm not so much about how we're going to get there as it relates to dollar and time and usage of the pool and all of that. So that's what my issue is.
Vice Mayor, I think what we'd like to do, if it's okay with the council, is we'd like to negotiate with this entity, come back with a very detailed plan of what they're going to do, and then you can decide to do it or not do it. If you're not comfortable with it, that's okay with us as well.
That's fine.
The intent of the staff was to try to live up to what you all asked for, which was to try to figure out how to energize the pool year-round to provide additional services. And I think that's what they're trying to do. But if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I think that's what we'd like to bring back to you, as long as we can at least start negotiating with this firm and ironing out an agreement.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, George. I'm just letting you know what my concerns are. And I don't ever remember having a conversation at this moment about energizing the pool, but I can say that the point of it was that to make it available and no charge for the residents. That was the objective of it. So, you know, that's my whole issue.
Councilwoman Waldman.
Yes, and with all due respect, I want us to say something as Parks and Rec's chair. I've met with, Dennis was out of town on vacation, a long overdue vacation, but I met with Pedro and we talked about the companies who had responded to our RFP. And I understand exactly what you're saying, Mr. Williams, and we want to maintain the integrity of our vote from a year or so ago. I don't remember how long it's been. But at the same time, this is the only pool that we have in our entire city that is available for everybody. So we were trying to think of ways that we could, as you use the word, energize, but it doesn't have to mean, because the pool's so big and it's a heated pool, so it can be open year-round. And, you know, for example, I got excited when I saw pool Pilates and noodle aerobics and all those things that will bring people, seniors, just every age group out to participate. And we don't have to shut the pool down. Pedro and I were talking, you know, we can just section off a small portion of the pool and the kids can still come and play and have fun, and it can be a very vibrant, very active, and that's what you want to see. You want to see a pool that has activity, that there are people around, and also there is a program, and Pedro, you're going to have to help me with this. You were telling me there's some kind of contribution back, community contribution. Remember having that
Councilwoman Rodman, that's fine. My whole problem was that they were shutting the whole pool down.
Oh, no.
But now that you're bringing clarity to see that some sectors of the area of the pool could be designated to remain open throughout those times, free of charge, then I have no problem with moving forward with that. But that was not articulated through staff. It was, you know, brought to, you know, for me to understand that, you know, the whole pool was going to be shut down for that. So if that is the case, and I'm going to go off just what you have just said, I will back off, allow the company to come in with that, and I won't have any problem as long as that medium is reached.
I promise you, but I need your promise right here in front of me too, because that's what I was led to believe, that the remainder, in other words, it would only be a portion of the pool sanctioned off for any type of programs. But
Absolutely.
The pool will always remain open for the children and for residents.
If the facility supports that, yet absolutely, and we bring the staffing not only to provide the instruction, but also to maintain the integrity of the safety of the rest of the patrons.
And Councilor Williams, maybe you misunderstood me. What I was saying is that we negotiate. Whatever you want us to do, we're going to make it work for this council. So we're here to make sure you're happy and you're happy. And I want to make sure that, if you want to have the pool to be open to the public, that's what's going to happen. But I also want to bring programs for our kids to learn.
I'm at 95% now.
I'm not sure I don't know, but I'll take the 95, sir.
I'm gonna reserve the
What do I
5
say?
until
What do I
y'all
need
come
to
back.
do to get extra 5?
Mr. Maldonado.
Yeah, no, I was just going to mention, you guys got to the point finally, but kind of like the YMCA where when I took my girls there, they had a section of the pool that they just sectioned off, and there was actually there was about 2 other classes going on, and still an area where families could come in and use the pool and free swim. So I was going to suggest that would be taken in consideration when we make this decision, and that was going to be, I could support it as long as we have a program that will section off a portion of the pool so that we don't lose the free use. So that's all. So
I'm at 98% now.
all right, thank you, sir. I'm glad I could help.
But no, I think for this is, I'm very passionate about my area, and I'm very sensitive about things in the Southwest because, I just want to make sure that it's done properly and that with the integrity in which we did. And so I'm fine. I'm not going to, I'll wait to the 2%. You all come back to me with the direction, and I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Well, your passion for your constituents is well heard. I think Mr. Maytan and Mr. Gretzis and the representative here know what your goal is.
Okay.
And I think your fellow council members do too. And so as we move forward, I guess what we're looking to do tonight, George, is to agree to allow the negotiations to go on with everything that's been said tonight.
And bring it to council.
And taken into consideration by both sides, both parties. And then you guys will bring us back something at the end.
With this specifics?
Yes, with the specific.
Correct. Yes, go ahead.
I want to say one thing because I want to convince you 100%. And and I don't have the figures in front of me, but there's a community participation. In other words, Pedro, can you help me out here? It's very important to always realize that they work for us, so they're going to do what we ask them to do. Okay, and plus, this program really excited me, and neither Pedro nor I can remember what the percentage is. But can you speak on that, Pedro or Dennis?
Yeah, I'd have to look back at their proposal, but I know that there's a revenue sharing component also on it. And again, like she said, that they work for us. We're going to be paying them to provide these services. So if we tell them, listen, don't do classes at this time, they're not going to. Basically, they're going to work for us by us paying them yearly.
What I'm trying to do here tonight is, I'm ready to move forward tonight and vote. But I don't know if anybody else is ready to do that as well. Because I don't know how much more negotiating you can do, because they work for us, are going to do what we ask them to do. So I'm ready to move forward, and I don't know if the manager is ready for that or not.
As to the level of detail, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands exactly what's going to happen there, because if we approve this contract as is, it's really it's a framework, and it's not a specific contract, and there's pieces in there that are still open-ended, and I'd hate to do that not knowing that everybody's comfortable with it, so that'd be the reason.
I was just trying to save what was left of the summer, and that was all.
Can we be back in 3 weeks?
Yes.
Thank you.
3 weeks.
We need Madam Clerk, call the roll on this item, please.
Councilwoman Waldman?
Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair? Just for clarification, do we need to modify what we're voting on here?
Well, the staff recommendation is to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with USA Pools. What the manager is telling you is that he's going to negotiate an agreement, he's going to bring it back to you.
Right, as long as we get to see, that's my only thing, I just want to make sure it comes back, yeah. Okay.
We're not going to execute any agreement without council approval.
August 21st.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley? Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab number 24, car number 842, replacement of system protection Ford cargo van.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the purchase of a 2013 Ford cargo van from Duval Ford Government Sales pursuant to City Code 2411.185, exemptions from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Moving it.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
John, I think you have somebody.
He'll have to wait until after we get done with this one. Is there a second for this?
Yes.
Thank you. Staff report on tab 24, please. Sir, I see you. We'll get with you in just a minute.
Vice Mayor, the vehicle that is currently being used is 12 years old and has been recommended for replacement by Fleet based on its age and mechanical problems. The van is utilized by an electrical meter technician to service customers' electrical meters. The purchase is made in accordance with the Florida Sheriff's Association Vehicle Award System Contract 12-20-0905. In order to ensure the local vendors had an opportunity to participate in this purchase, procurement issued a request for information and no responses were received. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase one 2013 Ford cargo van for the electric utility department. This purchase also includes the installation of the required additional equipment for the vehicle. Total purchase cost is $25,764. Purchase has been budgeted for this fiscal year as capital improvement project number 230.
Questions from the council? I'll open the public hearing on tab 24. Hearing none, seeing none. Close it. Any final questions? Call the roll, please.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams? Councilman Maldonado? Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Where'd the gentleman go that had a question?
He left.
Somebody want to reach out the door there to him and try to grab him?
I think there might have been a
Okay,
regards.
we're going to move on to tab 25 when he comes back.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the purchase of 22 2014 Dodge Chargers with emergency equipment from Maroney Dodge of Pembroke Pines, 3 2014 Chevrolet Tahoes with emergency equipment, 3 2014 Chevrolet SUVs, and 1 2014 GMC truck from Allen J. Auto Network, 3 canine inserts and safety equipment from Radiotronics, 1 armed vehicle from Lenco Armored Vehicles, and 2 radar message board trailers from Wenco for the City of Homestead Police Department pursuant to Section 411.185, exemption from competitive bidding, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
A motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, I'll move it.
Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase 30 2014 model year vehicles and 2 trailers for the police department consisting of 22 2014 Dodge Charger patrol vehicles from Maroney Dodge of Pembroke Pines, 3 2014 Chevrolet Tahoes with equipment for canine patrol, 3 Chevrolet SUVs, 1 GMC truck from Allen J. Automotive Network, and 1 armored SWAT vehicle from Lenco Armored Vehicles, and 2 radar message board trailers from Wenco. The total annual lease payment for these vehicles and trailers will be $278,518.56. The 26 of the vehicles and 2 trailers will be financed for 5 years under SunTrust Master Lease Purchase Agreement as per the city's normal practice. Annual payments to SunTrust for the vehicles will start in December 2013 for the 2014 budget year, paid for from the Law Enforcement Trust Fund Forfeiture Division and impact fees, and the 2 trailers from General Fund 4033 Division. 4 of the vehicles will be purchased outright, 2 from the self-insurance proceeds, and 2 from forfeiture.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Where would this put our fleet at now? I know for the last maybe 2 years we've been ordering bulk of cars. Where would this put our fleet at now as it relates to? Okay. Lieutenant Brown?
Good evening. Basically, the fleet is not increasing with this order. We're replacing some vehicles, taking some vehicles off, and putting them into fleet spare service. But in terms of total vehicles, we'll be about 68 for patrol services.
For patrol, so how many patrol services we have on the road now?
Same number.
68, so this will complete patrol services?
It brings them all up new. It puts more safer vehicles out there. It
Right.
puts us in much better condition because a lot of our fleet spares that we utilize when an officer's vehicle is in the shop, when a detective needs one,
Right.
they're not in good shape. So it solves several problems at one time.
Okay. The other issue is hopefully anticipating 6 new officers. Will we have to order 6 new cars for them?
Yes, sir. That would be a separate order.
Okay. And what mechanism of funding would you use? The same mechanism here?
That would be a separate lease through SunTrust. And it would be funded from impact fees because it is an expansion.
Okay. All right. And so totally since in the last three years, we would have bought 68 cars, new cars.
Not quite, sir. We've got 2 2010s that are in there that would still be on the road.
So what's the total new coming into the fleet?
We've got 39 Chargers at the moment. 2 of those are 2010s, 19 are 2013s, and the remainder are 2012s. With those, we're bringing in 20 vehicles that are replacing those,
Right.
and then 2 that are replacing damaged vehicles.
Okay, so what's
And
the
then there
total
are-
of the replacements? Let me rephrase my question. What's the total of the replacements that we have done in the last 2 to 3 years?
About 44 vehicles.
Okay, all right, okay. All right. Thank you. I just want to put that on the record so that we would know that this is, and then do you anticipate any new coming up in the budget cycle? Any more purchases for vehicles?
Well, this is for the fiscal year 14 cycle.
Okay.
It's just we're buying them now. We buy them at the 2013 pricing.
Right, I got you.
Because the new contract for sheriffs comes out in October.
Okay.
And the prices go up then, so we buy them cheaper. We buy the new cars because it's a bridging period.
Gotcha.
And we start paying for it in December.
Gotcha. I got you. Okay. Good. Just wanted to get some clarity on that. Thank you.
In lieu of the last couple of weeks, no amphibious units?
I'm sorry?
No amphibious units?
Not the last week or so, sir.
Had to ask.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay.
But we are looking for a sale on Chihuahuas.
I'll open this to the public. Any comments from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll close the public comments. Final questions from the council. Hearing none, seeing none. Vote, please.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado? Councilwoman Woolman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
just glad to see that SWAT vehicle being upgraded.
Yes, sir, it's coming.
Thank you.
Okay, tab number 27, car number 884, adoption of a proposed millage rate.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, establishing a proposed millage rate of ad valorem taxation for fiscal year 2014.
Is there a motion?
Move it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And moved and seconded. Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, staff recommends that the mayor and council adopt the attached resolution providing a proposed millage rate of 5.9215, the rollback rate per $1,000 of assessed value of ad valorem taxation for real and personal property within the city of Homestead. This millage rate is the rollback rate and reflects a reduction from last year's millage rate of 6.2435 mils and would be implemented beginning on October 1st, 2013, and ending on September 30th, 2014, fiscal year 2014.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, George, we're dropping the millage rate, which means we are reducing the tax.
Correct. Right now, you're setting the maximum millage rate, and then we'll have 2 budget hearings, so that the proposed budget will be before you for consideration. Our understanding, based on last year's philosophy, we're going under the assumption that at this time, a tax increase is not a palatable...
You got that right. Don't even say that word.
So,
Increase.
in light of that policy, the problem is that in order to meet the state requirement of what is not a tax increase is to go to the proposed rollback rate, and therefore that's what we're doing, is we're rolling it back so that when the trim notices go out, it's a no tax increase proposal.
Right. That's great news. That's great news that we're still able to run at this point without service reduction and looking to add additional officers for hopefully next fiscal year. I just want to commend you, George, for being able to make this work. And that is to be commended with you and your staff, because you all have done what we have asked you to do, increase services and all of that good stuff, and then you've been able to do it without hurting the taxpayer or increasing the tax base to do that. So I thank you and your staff for being able to do this.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? Somebody should be interested in the millage rate.
They're happy.
Nobody interested, okay. Close the public comment. Last questions or comments from the council? Please call the vote.
Councilman Maldonado?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wallman?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is tab 29.
And a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving and authorizing termination of that certain neighborhood stabilization program grant sub-agreement between, sub-recipient agreement between the City of Homestead and Galata, Inc., and providing for an effective date.
Is there a motion?
Move it.
Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Staff report, please.
Vice Mayor, it's staff's recommendation the mayor and council approve the attached resolution and authorize the city manager to take all necessary steps to terminate the agreement and have the 5 properties revert back to the city.
Thank you. Questions from the council?
Question?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Mr. Perez, can you just start off by giving us a presentation before we get knee-deep into this?
Basically, back in 2008, the city received over $2 million in grant monies from the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. Those monies were used, we purchased 10 properties that have since been renovated and sold, and then 5 of them were deeded to the Galata organization that have responded to an RSP for the purposes of renting these out as affordable homes. Over this period of time, 4 of the properties have been rented out. 1 has remained vacant. In fact, recently has been vandalized, and I think according to Galata, it's several thousands of dollars in quotes and estimates that would be required in order to repair it. During that time, we've had a difficult time trying to communicate and obtain documentation from Galata. It was only recently, in the last several months, that we were able to obtain some of those documentation. Among that documentation was a pro forma, which in essence establishes how they determine what the rents that are going to be charged. In looking at that, these rents could not be affordable unless you have an entity subsidizing it, which is what Galata did. Galata contracted with a company called R4 and has been providing subsidies for the tenants. So, as an example, while the rents may be $1,600, the tenant may be paying $300 or $400. When I looked at that, I didn't feel that that was really what the intent of the cities was when these properties were deeded over. My understanding was that these would be for direct affordable housing. Right now, if a tenant loses that subsidy for whatever reason, and it could be for reasons other than what HUD considers very low income, they would basically be forced to leave those homes or have to find a different home to live in. Again, from what we've seen, we didn't believe that that was the intent of this program, so that is one of the reasons we're recommending the determination of agreement.
Okay. I understand representatives from Galata are here. That's one side of the story. So if you would, through
Hold
the
on.
chair.
Well, let's wait and see if anybody else
Oh,
has
yeah.
questions up here first, and then we'll go to them.
Because my question's coming after.
Yeah, but I yield to what Councilwoman McCormick.
Yeah, I just wanted to get
Okay.
both sides first and then.
Yeah, okay, so we'll bring them up. I just wanted to make sure nobody else had a question for Carlos.
I'll wait.
Galata? Anybody from Galata?
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My
Could
name
you
is
pull your mic
Marlene.
down a little bit so we can hear?
Better now?
A little bit.
Okay. My name is Geraldine Lubin. I was appointed Deputy Director for Galata, and I have been working with Carlos and Evelyn with Finance in reference to those same properties.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, but I can't hear.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Just really speak into that mic, because.
All right. I've been working with Carlos and Evelyn since April, getting documentations together. I was told that Galata have not submit any documentation, which I've talked to staff, and they mentioned they even went with the files to the City of Homestead and provide copies that was asked before. Since April until this day, every documentation that's asked from Galata, I have been providing with signature receipts stating that I've given those documentation to Carlos and Evelyn. They mentioned that when the tenants lose that subsidy, we do try to work and find those tenants specific program that could keep them in the home. But it is very hard when you ask a tenant to bring you documentation and it's giving you false documentation. It's making our job very hard. We're talking based on one tenant. I wanted to ask, have you guys questioned the other tenants that's been in the homes for the past year? They've been very pleased and happy with the programs. We have no other issues. We can work with a tenant to keep them in the homes by any means necessary. But when we ask you in the past 2 months to bring documents that could let us know what your incomes are, and you're giving us fake documentation, it's hard. That one property which is vacant, it's because of the location of the property. It's really not safe, so it's been vandalized in the past year, and we've got estimates to repair that home. It's not going to cost the City of Homestead anything, but Galata, we got to work with fixing that property. I even have a waiting list of people right now that we're trying to get in that specific home. My confusion today is, I was told last week they're going to be bringing this into council, but everything that we're asked, we did our best in giving everything to Carlos and Evelyn. They're saying the program is not working, and we received a letter yesterday morning stating that they're trying to take the properties to sell them, but you guys are telling us we want to keep those properties to help the low-income families. So how we're going to tell these families right now that are in those homes the City of Homestead wants to sell? Now, what are we going to do with them? Are they going to be kicked out of those homes? What do we do now? That's just my question.
Mr. Shelley.
Okay.
You look like you wanted to ask.
Yeah. Staff is prepared to answer questions, so it's.
Yeah, I have some.
Yes, I don't know if they want to answer the question, take the properties over with the intended, the tenants, my understanding is that we will honor their leases or the term frames that are there so that we're not kicking anybody on the street, because I definitely won't want to see that. And then upon termination of the natural cause of that lease, then, we would be able to sell the properties under the terms or so of the, is that correct? Okay. And I guess with that, one of the concerns that I have, after I spoke with Carlos about this today, and I looked, these microphones, at the documents that you provided to us, I had a chance to look at some of the back and forth and the letters and things of that nature, and my biggest concern here is more or less the sustainability of the model itself, because when I look at it, the only way that this current model is working is because of the subsidies, because there is a third party that's come in there and is subsidizing and helping pay some of these expenses, because without that subsidy, the rent that would be required under the terms of the program would not be sufficient under the cost that you've submitted, because you submitted costs for maintenance and for repairs and for lawn services and the like.
Yes, sir.
So without those subsidies, the program could not exist. And even with these subsidies, I see that there are outstanding bills as far as property taxes and things. So that yields me to believe that even with the subsidies, you're not able to make ends meet to pay all the expenses associated with this. So my concern is, and my real problem with this is, I think as a long-term sustainability model, it doesn't work. And so that's why I do support going ahead and terminating, because I think that we're delaying the inevitable. I think at this point, the best thing is it is not working. Nothing to do with Galata. I'm not saying Galata's had an issue. I just think it's the model itself. I think that it was something that was tried, from my understanding, to try to make it work. But ultimately, Galata had to subsidize or bring in a subcontractor to help with the subsidies and with the payment and the rents and the management. Mm-hmm. You're paying a management company to actually manage the properties, and ultimately, it's still losing money. You're still not able to make ends meet and provide the service that we hoped for. And so that's why, for my purposes, that's my issue I see with that. That's my comment. That's kind of, it can be addressed and discussed, but that's ultimately my concern, and I don't see a way for it to be successful long-term. And so that's why I think the best thing is, rather than to keep here and try to monitor it and try to figure out a way to make this work, just go ahead and cut the losses and go ahead and sell them to a lower-income family.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a few questions? Where is this property located?
Properties.
Right, but they're making reference into all the properties subsidized by Carrefour?
It's my understanding that all my properties.
All properties, ma'am? Are all properties subsidized?
Four, and I don't know.
Let me finish with
Okay.
my line of question. You use the terminology affordable housing, right? Carlos?
Yes, sir.
What is the definition of affordable housing?
Well, under this program, it has to be for very low income. These properties were specifically selected because it had to be affordable to very low income, which would be approximately 30% of household income, 50% of household income.
Okay, which is how much?
Let's say for a family of 4 people, 32,700 is the income.
So how much should the...
What they consider to be allocated for purposes of rent, usually for lodging, is usually about 30% of that, which would be about $9,000 divided by 12. You're looking at rent that should be affordable, should be in the neighborhood of about $700 or $800.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these rents are $1,600, $1,500. And again, through no fault of a lot of, as my councilman Shelley said, is in order to make this program work, that vacant property, they still have to maintain it, so therefore, the cost to maintain that property is being assessed as rents to the other properties.
Mm-hmm.
So again, the tenant may only be paying a small amount, but nonetheless, in order for this to work in the long term, it would never be affordable by an individual without need subsidy, and that brings in question, when would that subsidy end?
Does the grant allow for subsidies at all, or just based on the terminology of affordable housing and not subsidized housing? Because to me, those are two different terms that mean two different things. And if they were set up to be affordable housing and not subsidized housing, in other words, individual making the monies that you have said to be able to pay those rents, that's affordable. Subsidized housing is when what we're into now, that the rent is subsidized by another party in order to do that. Affordable housing, it's not subsidized, it's just affordable for whatever that medium income is. So is in the contract, does it provide for them to do subsidized housing as it relates to the program?
This is Calvin Knowles with Meridian. I worked with Nancy Phillips when we were structuring the program a few years ago. It is affordable housing, however you get to that goal. It doesn't prohibit subsidies, but it doesn't require them either. So it just says that it's for families making 50% or less of area median income. You know, however you make it affordable, it doesn't really get into that.
Right, but let me ask a question. If they have slated the rent to be, how much is the rent for one of the places?
I think for one property, they're paying just under $300.
Right, but what's the total amount?
Subsidy is the balance, which is about $1,400.
So $1,600 to $1,700 a month?
In fact, I think for one property, the rent is $1,200, the tenant pays $484. For another property, it's $975, the tenant pays $507. Another one, the rent is $1,100, the tenant pays $132. And then the last one is $1,600 rent, with the tenant paying $276.
And where are these properties located?
There's 5 of them.
I know there's one on 10th Avenue. I do know that one.
One on Northwest 3rd Street, Northeast 17th, Northwest 11th Street, Southwest 10th Avenue, Northwest 11th Street.
Follow-up question. If what you are proposing tonight, to terminate the contract, to sell it, these monies have to go back into a pot to redo this whole issue again, right? It is a revolving amount of money. So, I mean, once we do this, we have to take the money that we've sold the properties for and reinvest it back into the community to buy other houses or what? So then what is the plan going forward once we do that?
That's,
you know, because otherwise we're going to be back at the table again with the same issue because this just cures, it doesn't cure the problem, it's just a Band-Aid over it based on the NSP dollars and how they were allocated to reduce, you know, the foreclosure rates and all of that kind of stuff. So what is your plan if once we sell them, the money has to be put back and houses have to be bought again? Or how do we plan to augment this issue? But how do you? Okay.
The properties, any program income generated from the plan has to be reinvested back into the community to these properties. When we're talking about selling these properties, part of the intent is so that they can be affordable to very low income would be that they would be subsidized by the city.
Wait a minute.
The sale, not rental. So right now, under the rental program, again, it doesn't appear that you would have to continue to have a subsidy, a program that would be running, and also a program that the city would have to monitor for 25 years. A property that is sold to variable income, because it has to be to variable income, that it could be subsidized through the city directly, then basically it would just be a lien on the property for recapture if the house is oversold for a profit. Or basically, the city wouldn't have to be responsible for the ongoing program.
So you would, okay, I got you. So you would then sell the property back within the confines of for affordable housing persons, for them to buy and not rent. Is that right?
We're required to. It has to be the variable income, yes, sir.
And then once we retrieve those monies, what are we going to do with them?
Well, if I could, if the properties were taken back and sold, the city would write down that cost to the point where a low-income family could get in there. They're still going to have some kind of primary financing involved. So at the end of the day, the city is going to get some money for these properties. And so the question is, what do you do with that money?
Right, that's my question.
Right. And so under the NSP guidelines, you use the money, your program income you get, basically for the same purpose it was originally intended, which is to buy distressed foreclosed properties. And the reason that we wouldn't be in this situation again is we would probably avoid a rental situation where we're, you know, we'd probably want to make it home ownership.
Okay, okay. All right.
Okay, so we'll get out of the renting business, right? That's what I'm hearing you say to me today. We'll go with a proposal for selling the properties, buying more properties, and then doing the same thing over. And they can, if the properties are in the CRA, then we have a program that will help them with the down payment assistance.
Right.
I got it.
And Councilman, the last item is just, remember, we do have to, something that was said earlier, we do have to abide whatever the tenants that are there, if they have a lease, we couldn't kick them out. We have to acknowledge that. So they would remain rentals under the city until those leases expire.
And when do the lease expires?
We haven't received the lease. There's 2 tenants, however, we haven't received the leases on those. But we believe that two of the properties, only because of the utility building, it looks like there was a change in the account, but we have not received the lease agreements from Gallardo.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm almost done, y'all. Another follow-up, we have alleged that they have not maintained proper follow-through with reporting to you all.
Over the course of a year and a half that they had it, Ms. Newman, in the last few months, they did try with her training, they did try to scramble and provide a lot of the information that we received. And again, among them was the most important one, which was the pro forma, and brought this to light.
And in the contract that we have with Gallardo, all of that was spelled out, that they were supposed to follow up through monitoring and get reports of what's wrong.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that they have failed to do that?
Over the course of the year and a half, yes.
And they...
It's only in the last few months that we've been requesting the information, but they've been attempting to provide that information.
But they have not been forthcoming before?
No, yes, sir.
Okay. What did they say to say why they did not? Was there any excuse or any?
I think part of it was just they had a change in management because the people that we had been trying to call that were part of the program at the beginning and they couldn't get in contact with them. I think they also moved their offices. I don't know that we were even notified of them. We actually reached out to them because through one of the tenants, we found out about Car 4, and through Car 4 is how we contacted Ms. Logan and Mr. McKinnon.
Okay. So communication has not been there then? No. Okay.
Can I?
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Maldonado's next. You had a...
Well, actually, Ms. Williams asked a question, and it was in regards to maintenance, well, at least a mention of it. How, I know our concern, and when it came before us, one of the issues was the maintenance of the property and the facilities. So where are we at with that, and them maintaining that, and moving forward as we take, if we take these houses over, Mr. Manager as well, how are we going to maintain these properties, knowing that what's involved in this?
As far as the maintenance, I think the first night that came up at a council meeting, that the grass wasn't mowed, my staff and I actually went out to all 5 properties, and we did find that they had been maintained. The grass had been mowed and everything. So from that aspect, it appears that the houses we are fine. And when we visited this morning, again, the houses appeared to be fine. So the maintenance part isn't an issue. Again, I think the concern here is the sustainability of this type of a program.
And I think this, again, it was just a question that brought, at least one of the first questions that were brought before us, which led us to other issues that we're dealing with now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
As I was saying before, Carlos mentioned that documentation were requested. The person that was in charge went to the City of Homestead Finance with each of the files and provide documentation. When we met back in April, you guys gave us a note, a letter requesting more documents, and we provide that to you. Everything that was asked. And you guys mentioned about 2 new tenants. We only have 1 new tenant, which we just signed a lease with her last week. The second tenant, which in the past 3 months, we collected $600 from him, is the one tenant that refuses to bring us document to find out how we can help him staying in the home. So as of not providing documentation. I do not agree with that. As well, I don't know if I'm able, because I have Mr. McKinnon, which has been working on this with me since I started. He's here as a volunteer. I don't know if I can call him up here and he can, tell you exactly what I just told you. Everything that was asked were provided to the city of Homestead.
The problem that I have is, and you stated it, is that we had to call you in April to bring the documents.
No, it was a letter that was
A
submitted.
letter.
to-
Where were the documents for the prior 9, 10, 12 months leading up to that?
It was already given to them, which were the files, went to the city of Homestead, copies were made, which,
So you're telling me, he's telling me that there was no documentation given to him? And you're telling me that everything was given to him?
I have
Yet
emails.
the gentleman that runs the company is in Haiti on a majority of times. The building here in town has been closed for I don't know how long. I don't know where your office even is now. Do we even have a proper office address for them?
We have now a permanent address, so we try visiting, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, where were the people going to pay their rent when the facilities have been closed?
They were paying Carrefour. The tenants were paying Carrefour. Carrefour had the agreement with Galata.
Okay. So, I mean, I've got a lot of, but you're telling me that all the documents were there, and he's telling me they're not.
I have.
And I've got to go with my staff, because it's, based on some other things that I've read in my agenda package, it just doesn't all balance out.
Well, here's one example of it again. Unless we ask for some of the information, we wouldn't get it, but some of it is required in the agreement, and specifically the pro forma. We only got the pro forma when we asked for it. This is something that we should get at the beginning that establishes the rents. We never have received that until just recently. Property management plan or address. We found the property management plan in there, but it was very generic, and it almost seemed like it was from an apartment building if you look through it. So it wasn't that it was intended to be for each specific property, which is what's required. Yearly certification that identifies occupancy, addresses, number of household members, and yearly income. As Mr. Sergeant said, part of that is they've had difficulty getting that from the individuals, but nonetheless, it's something that's required on an annual basis under the grant. Copies of the leases, client intake procedures, we did receive that, but it never mentioned anything about Carrefour. So if we had received that at the beginning, we would have never known that Carrefour was even involved in the process. And proof of semi-annual inspection reports, we never received that.
And do we know that they still owe $9,000 or more in back taxes?
As of July 23rd, when we looked in Miami-Dade County, 4 of the properties had tax certificates on the properties.
And what effect does that have on the big picture?
Legally, I guess somebody could try to buy those sales certificates, tax certificates, and buy the properties, but we do have these agreements are recorded, so anybody that would try to take over those properties would be in the condition that these properties revert back to us, because these agreements are recorded as liens against the properties. But another issue with that is if they're non-for-profit, we fail to understand why on day one, the day after these properties were deeded to them, why they didn't go and attempt to try to get tax exemption, which our understanding they would have been entitled to.
And can they revert back? Would they be allowed? No. So
I don't think so.
they have to pay the $9,000 to get this property. Do you guys have a plan on how to pay the property taxes? And one, and two, have you submitted the proper paperwork to try to get out of the taxes?
We just got the houses last year, so every year I know that the taxes are due and supposed to be paid for. So this
You
year...
had the homes last November?
I'm
The
sorry?
homes were in your possession last November when taxes were due,
2012.
correct? Or tax bills
2012.
came out?
2012, so I wasn't a staff at Galata, I just now started working with them as of
I
April of
understand,
this
but
year.
okay, then let me put it, what is your plan to get out from underneath this $9,000 debt?
We're going to be paying the taxes. I mean, we have not have any issues of paying any of the other bills from the properties.
How long ago do you think you made them aware of the tax bill, Carlos?
I'm sorry?
How long ago do you think
We
they
just-
were- You just found it, but how long ago do you think they were aware that there was a tax bill?
They would have received the notices usually in November.
there been any
In
other?
November, I mean, these properties were deeded to him. The council approved this in November 2011. December of 2011, they were deeded over to them. So that year, there may have been no property taxes because they were still under, under the city. But in November of 2012, they would have received these bills, so they've had all this opportunity to pay that.
Mr. Williams.
Follow questions. I do know that if they had probably gone through the process to get these exempt, I mean, it's a fairly easy process. It's maybe 2 pages and that to get the properties exempt from taxes. But my concern is, looking at the pro formas, they're not breaking even at all. They're negative for every property, most that I see. So where are they getting the additional revenue to pay the taxes if they're already negative every month from just services? That the rent is not even covered. I mean, I see like $800, $300, that they are, negative in. How do they plan on paying the taxes when they have a negative income on just about all the properties? Because usually you would get it from the house or the rental, but if all of the properties are not yielding, even breaking even, or there's no sustainability. So that's based on the performance that they provided. Exactly. Not that we have provided. Exactly. But they have said that they are negative. I'm not sure. This is for the year, right? These performers are for the year, correct?
That's determining what they would be charging, what their expenses and what they expect to incur, and what it would be for on a monthly basis.
So on property year 1, on 2012, 2013, property address 785 Northwest 3rd Street, they are in arrears or negative $191. On property address 105 Northeast 17th Street, they are in $378, and in their expenses, I don't see where they even included the taxes. So if the taxes are not even in the expenses, they really are more negative in their pro forma than what they have than what
Taxes are on the benefit of the machine.
I see. I apologize. My error. But my point still remains the same. They are not making. They're not breaking even.
Unless they increase the rent and they got additional subsidy. But again, they would be heavily relying on the subsidy.
Wait a minute, I'm lost in some of these pro formas. One says, this is a vacant property, but it lists the address.
One is the vacant property, which right now we have to do repairs because it was vandalized.
Right.
One was with the cost and one is without the cost. There's 2 performers here.
Right, but you list the property addresses on these, and I'm confused. Your performance don't make sense. They're not making sense. You have a property address on one performer, the same property address on the other performer, and one says you're positive $117, and the other says on the same property address
Look up
that
top.
you're $191 in the hole.
Look up top. It's one with the home without us repairing the home, which is vacant, and one is with repairing the home, which we're trying to work on right now.
I'm sorry.
Mr. McKinley? I have a witness here. I don't know if I could bring him up. Can answer some of these questions.
All right.
Let me go.
Jimmy, I'm going to open this to the public.
Well, I have a...
Go ahead.
Hi, Ms. Lubin.
Hi.
You came on in April, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been working really hard to get this program kind of off the ground.
Very
I can tell
hard.
by the amount of paperwork that you have submitted to us. I'm grappling with this because your heart is in the right place. I'm just concerned that the organizational structure is not necessarily there to effectively execute this. My question to you is, the contract that you have with Carrefour for the subsidies, is that a 2-year agreement with them?
Yes.
So after the 2 years, then what?
After the 2 years, if it works fine, we can keep on working with Carrefour. Like, for instance, we have a tenant that does not meet the qualifications with Carrefour. Our job is to keep those tenants in those homes, and it's up to us to find other programs to keep that tenant in the home.
Do you have other organizations that you
There
work
is
with?
Section 8, there's HUD, there are different programs we're looking into to work with
But you've
these
never worked
tenants.
with any other organization
Not yet,
outside
because
of
we just,
Carrefour?
yeah, no, not yet.
And how much is it going to cost to repair that property in the southwest? It's a beautiful house.
It is
I
a
think
beautiful
all of
house. It is a beautiful house. I had to go out and had an electrician come out because, you know, we have to repair the electrical in the home. That itself is like, I think it's $3,000 something dollars. I think it's going to cost us $11,000 just to repair the home.
Do you have that?
We were trying to work on doing some fundraiser in order to build that home back. That was one of our backup plans.
I mean, the maintenance of the properties are fine because I took a tour and visited all of them. And the southwest property, I don't understand why it's not occupied. It's not in a bad,
It is.
I mean.
The issues
neighborhood.
is the two houses on the both sides, I don't know, they've been vacant for a long time. I don't know what the situation is with that area. It's really been hard to get any tenants in there. But since I've been going in the neighborhood and talking to the neighbor, which lives 2 houses down, she's been keeping an eye out for me and calling me now. Friends of hers are looking into renting that house. I have a waiting list for that house already. It's just a matter of just repairing it and get it going.
Were you aware that tax certificates were issued on these properties?
I have not received anything on the taxes because like they did the process last year, November. We in July, August now, so I haven't really received anything. And I do check, we do get the mails. I have not received anything.
Who's working with you?
I have a lot of volunteers that is working because we
Who's on
still have
staff?
the monitor. Well, staff-wise, we have no funding to pay any staff, but we
So
do
it's
have
just
volunteers.
you? And that's my
Like
concern.
four more volunteers plus myself.
Yeah. Ms. Luda, sitting up, and my heart goes out to you, and sitting up here, we have to make tough decisions. And although you may not recognize it right now, in hindsight, I'm sure you will. And we're doing this not to kick anybody out of their properties, because I'm sure a contingency plan will be put in place for the residents that are in there. But I'm not convinced that the model that you have in place right now is working. The model that we have in place is working. And I can support a lot of the organization moving forward with these properties because right now it's not working. I'm looking at the big picture and it's just very unsettling for me.
Can I say one more thing? I really want to help the organization kind of maintain the properties, but just the overall plan that is in place. Just, and you all have had the properties for a year or so. There are already tax certificates that have been purchased. There's already arrears in the taxes. The performance that you all have provided does not even break even on one property. The issue is, for me, is sustainability. And you all have not produced a plan of action, and I heard you mention, and this is nowhere near to dismiss your ideas, but you're saying raising funding, raising money to pay the taxes. I don't think that that's a good strategy to be able to maintain these properties in which they were intended for. And so this decision is very difficult for me because I believe in the organization. I think they've done great things in the community. But just based on the economics that are before us, it wouldn't be in the best interest of the city to go forward with this obligation, with Galata, because the economics of the pro forma just does not support adequate, and then there's no monies to pay the taxes and arrears, and based on your pro formas that you submitted, every year it's at a negative for each house, and I just can't support that going forward, just based on the information that you all have provided, not anything else, just based on what you all have provided. Forget the non-communication compliance, but based on just the information with the pro forma does not indicate sustainability and the method in which you all are using, for these properties. So I can't support, I have to support the termination of what the staff has recommended based on the pro forma issues, and I just didn't see it viable. The taxes were behind, and there's no really full plan of how you're going to pay the taxes, and every month you are negative in your every year you're negative in your pro forma, which means you've got to pull money from somewhere else in order to maintain these properties. So that's my whole issue with this, and I wish I could support, but I can't. I think at this moment we have to protect the city in its initial investment to comply with the NSP rules and agreement, and we've just not perhaps done that to the best of our ability as relates with this relationship. So it's just not working. So I hope, for whatever it's worth, that we can move forward with the plan in which you all are trying to do, staff, and then come back and let us know how that, is going to work in a more elaborate way so that I can understand it. Thank you.
Yes, I've just been listening to everything that's been said, and I don't think there's one of us up here that doesn't feel your pain. We do. And I believe if you had been in charge of this program a long time ago, we wouldn't be having this discussion. And that's a compliment to you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, tell her. She's really done a good job.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, it's not something that I just have it's not my program, it's a government program. And we have strict guidelines and strict rules that we have to follow, or we're in jeopardy. Tell me if I'm wrong, we could be jeopardy in some of our other programs. So we have to follow the rules. But I know there's going to be a place for you in this community, because we need people like you.
Well, thank you.
And we all are here to support whatever endeavor that you go in. I'm very impressed with you. And unfortunately, there was just a long trail that preceded you. But you are a good person, I know that. And I know you're a good organizer because you tried. You really, really tried. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, thank you.
On that same note, let me say, I think you were given such a hole to try to come out of starting in April, that there was almost no way that a survival was possible. And my aggravation that you may have heard in my voice is not with you, it's with the people that preceded you, that didn't do what they needed to do for such a great program that could have been so beneficial down here. If they had just done a little bit of legwork and a little bit of doing the things that were required of them. Why? I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But the aggravation comes when we give opportunities like this to organizations, and for whatever reason they let the ball drop. They just drop it. And then they leave, and now you're here trying to clean up the mess. But the mess is accumulated in such a big pile that it's almost impossible to clean it all up and get straightened back out to where it's fair to you and fair to us and fair to the tenants. So my aggravation is not with you, it's with your predecessors or whomever didn't do the things that were required of them. Of just looking at a tax note, everybody knows there's a tax notice coming in for a piece of property. Or being the people that could have filled out the paperwork where the taxes weren't even necessary. With the stature that your organization had. So things like that they should have been aware of, and that just aggravate me, because now it doesn't make you look bad, because you've done a tremendous amount of work trying to get caught back up for however long they let it just go by the wayside. So my aggravation is not directed towards you at all. It's directed towards whoever ran this program before you got there and let everything lapse and just let it go over the end of the cliff and fall down to where it was. So with that being said, I see a few people, if you guys will give me just a minute to open it up to the public, I see a few people from the public that want to make some comments. Just state your name and address.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Charles McKinnon. My address is 12789 Southwest 280th Street. I'm an attorney. I've been working with Galata, and I'm also the director of a not-for-profit organization. I helped Ms. Lubin do the performer that she presented with you guys. And what I just wanted to point out is that the performer is an average, okay? If you look closer, and I know you guys just got this, so you can't look at it in detail, but if you look closer, we give you specifics for the months of June and July. But when we tried to give an operating performer for each situation, one without the vacant house and one with it, we averaged all those costs over years, how we came up with it. So every month, that deficit you see may or may not be there. It's my contention that in doing affordable, it was my contention that in doing affordable housing, that what they have is a sustainable model, because it takes a little while to get things up to speed, okay? And some of the costs that are occurring now aren't going to be recurring costs, like major roof repairs, major repairs of fencing, major repairs to walls. Those aren't going to be recurring costs. Once those costs start lowering down, then the amount of rent can lower down. And I guess the only other issue I wanted to talk about is subsidy. When it comes to folks who have very low income, 50% of median, which is what your staff quoted to you, 32,000. It's hard for them to get decent, affordable housing without a subsidy. In fact, the low-income housing tax credit envisions that, and that's what that's all about, low-income housing for very low-income people, and they have a subsidy built into it. So what the Galata model was trying to do is actually get the program up and running, get the houses up to a certain level of habitability, as well as a certain level of occupancy. Then the rents can come down, and not only could they come down in cases where the person might have a subsidy that paid a better market rate. If they lost that subsidy, they could then turn it over and start actually helping the person pay a rent that they can afford. But it's not something they can do right off the bat. And the last thing I wanted to address is, one of the reasons Ms. Lubin brought me in is because I am an attorney, and we were trying to work on some of these things, like getting them a tax exemption, but we were hustling trying to get the documentation that was required. So as I understand your concerns about it with the long run, those costs on the performer are an average based on what we know was paid, what we actually had receipts for, and we averaged them all over the course of a year. But if you look at what the costs were in June and July, which we have on the back there, for the 2 months, which were the actual months Ms. Lubin was there, there should be an attachment to the performers in the very back, and it should show you each month, June and July. You'll see they're much lower. So as we get the repairs done to all of the units, the cost will come down, and we think the model is sustainable in the long run, even though it's kind of expensive now.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for him?
No questions, but correct me if I'm wrong. When we deeded these houses over, they were already in shape to move in, am I right? There shouldn't have been no repairs. They were already ready, movable. All we did was give it to the nonprofit to manage it. There shouldn't have been no repairs, all of that, you know. The property was ready to move turnkey, right? Am I right? So I don't know why we would be saying that there are repairs that need to be done. If, when we gave the property over to them, it was a turnkey ready, you know.
Yeah, and two of the properties were brand new.
I know, because on 10th Avenue, I watched them, I live right down the street, I watched them build the property from the ground up. They were new construction.
Can I answer to that question, sir? I wasn't there when you guys provided the property, but I know one of the properties, this is the second time we've had the roof of leak issues, so these are things that comes up.
Yeah. Well, two of the properties I know were built from the ground up, and I know they went through all the inspection, but that's neither here nor there. The issue is the sustainability of the program, and as my colleagues have echoed up here, it's not anything on you, but on, you know, the persons before you that took in the properties within the shape that they were in, so.
Yes, sir.
How you doing? Tom Milner, 122 Northeast 17th Street. I'm in favor of the termination of this program. I think when this program originally started, the intent was to fix these houses up and sell them to help people with a down payment. And I strongly support that. I think that new home ownership is good for the community, is good for the city. But as far as these houses being rental, I don't see how they can sustain it. It hasn't happened yet. And two of these houses you say were brand new. Another one I know for a fact was immaculate, turnkey. And there's cost. If you're a homeowner or if you're a landlord, there's a cost with sustaining a house. And they're not going to be able to do it. I don't see a way that they can do it. Also, the lady stated that the home, because of the neighborhood, it wasn't able to be rented, and then it was vandalized, but then she turned around and said she had a waiting list. I don't understand those conflicting stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Aurora Guerra, and I am an ex-employee of Galata. It's sad for me and my co-worker, who is also here, Pastor Dawsonville, every time we pass by and we see the door shut. However, okay, I'm going to show you that there's a lot of things that were said that were not true. I have with me Mr. and Mrs. Abreu. When Mr. and Mrs. Abreu first started, they came out of a shelter and they rented. The rent at that time with or through Carrefour was $276. Before the year was over, okay? Before the year was over, Carrefour turns around and tells Mr. Lewis, and by the way, this is Joseph Lewis' sister, the executive director of Galata, and I don't know how she, a case manager from Mujer, came about with now the new title of executive director for Galata. That's to be questioned. But anyway, I'm not here to slander anyone, just to make things clear, okay? Before the year was over, Mr. Abreu and Mrs. Abreu were told that they had to do a new contract on the house. Mr. Abreu came to my office, okay, or to Galata at the time, which, by the way, my colleagues and I worked at Galata with the sole promise that the county was going to send money to pay us from October the 15th, which was our last check, 2012, to March 15th of 2013 for free. I want you to keep this in mind for this reason, and this reason only, okay? When Mr. Abreu came to me, we were not getting paid. When Mr. Abreu and Mrs. Abreu came to me, okay, they were scared because they were told that they had to go to this so-called house that was not livable, and that they wanted to rent that other house for $1,000-something. Mr. Abreu said to me, we can't afford this on our income. I thought this was supposed to be low income. Because I fought for these couples, Billy Lewis, or as known, or Joseph Lewis, the executive director, my boss or ex-boss, suspended me without pay. Big laugh, right? I wasn't getting paid anyway, for a whole week because I stood for their rights, because I took over the contract. And it was by Mrs. Cumby, the executive director of Car 4, that it was asked that I would be, at home for a whole week, suspended without pay. And it was granted. Okay? I didn't care. I put everything in the Lord's hands. Come to be, before the year was over, they still wanted to bring up the rent. But however, they did not. I guess they were afraid that I would go forward elsewhere. So when the year was over, they were told that they now had to pay $588. They didn't make, I think, but $14,000 or $15,000 or $13,000 a year. But they're being made to pay $588. Yes, granted, it's a large house. Granted, it's a nice house. Okay? But they have two children who they care about, who now make new friends in a new community, and now they were scared that they were going to be homeless again and have to go back to the shelter. I told them to stand for their rights, that they could not have this done. It was then on the 29th of June that they received this letter, and you can have all this. We make copies, so you can look at everything that I'm saying. Okay? Car 4 told them that they completed the program. They no longer needed to pay them any longer. Now they had to pay this gentleman here, Attorney McKenzie. Okay? And before he starts continuing to laugh, I have a 3 days eviction and signed by him for Mr. and Mrs. Abu. They have gone through so much, this couple. So my question to you is it at all possible to give this couple the first hand on being ownership of this home when the time comes to make it happen, to allow them to be the first one to qualify for this home? Because they went through too much. And the pain and suffering that these people have gone through is incredible. Now, not to mention, in April, they didn't know at this point who to give the rent to. Car 4 was not there for them. They didn't know about Attorney McKenzie. So here comes April, May, June. No payment. They finally get a call, okay, from this young lady stating, I am the new executive director of Galata. It's also here with her own handwriting. And you are to report to me. And you are to give the money, the rent money, to Attorney McKenzie. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Okay?
Ma'am, I understand where you're going. And we have sympathies for you and the Abreu's, but let's not, no accusations about.
No, it's not
Let's just stay
accusations.
with it, and let's state your case.
Okay.
We're going to give you a couple more minutes. It's been a long night for everybody.
Yes, it
We
has.
understand your passion for that, for the situation that you're in, but let's just let's move it along here and so we can get to
Okay.
a decision, please.
All right. I'm requesting that you continue to stand fast on what you have stated, to take away those homes from Joseph Lewis, and go ahead and do what you have stated that you would do. These people are still owing money to the IRS for our income, $75,000 to be exact, okay? And if I had a few more minutes and the evidence at hand, because I do have it, but I don't have it with me, I could show you everyone that they owe and how they're never going to get out of debt. Okay? This is his sister. I congratulate her. She tried to take over for her brother. Okay? A man that did not care about his co-workers. A man that did not care, okay, about the people he served. He was more in Haiti than he was in the United States. And when he did get paid, he would come every 2 weeks to get his pay and go back. This is a man who has a company, a construction company in Haiti. Just finished building a mansion. Don't look at me like that, you know it's true. And underneath, he has, well, excuse me with all due respect, and he has actually put it under his mother's name because they're going through a divorce and the wife is trying to claim it. Okay? Where did he get this money is my question. He cannot pay us, and where did he get his money?
We cannot deal with what he pays you. What we're going to do is we're going to stop here. Carlos, are there, to answer her question, is there a process in place already, if we were to take these back, how the ownership will be determined, or how the possibility of ownership is
We tossed that idea around of possibly the people that are living on the property, whether it's something that we could give them first ownership or not. But again, it's something we have to...
Okay. So
We'd like to come back to you, though, with a recommendation, because we haven't really thought that through very carefully.
Okay. But we are going to make sure the tenants that are there are not left homeless, and we're going to do everything we can to offer them and make sure. These people that are there now, they're going to be given an opportunity, whatever opportunities we need to give them.
And my understanding is that they currently don't have a lease, so we would have to deal with that and give them an opportunity to remain on the property until either they can buy the property or they would have to look for somewhere else. But no, we wouldn't kick anybody out on the street, no.
Okay, thank you.
May I say something else, please, if I may? This gentleman...
Make it brief, though, please.
Excuse me?
Keep it short.
I will. They have not done their new lease yet, and so they're up in the air. They don't know what's going on, and they really would like for the lease to be done. And she was referring to them when she said that they did not submit all this other stuff.
Well, even if we did a lease, I don't believe we could do a lease after our meeting here tonight.
Okay.
That would have had to have been done and recorded already, I believe, right, Mr. Attorney? Their lease wouldn't be valid even if they signed it tonight and it was turned in.
Well, if there's a reverter of ownership on the property, so once the property reverts to us, then, if the lease was in place, it would be in place. Otherwise, we can work out our own arrangement with them, depending upon how what the staff recommends to the council.
Okay.
Okay, so they are not to pay any rent right now? Should they put it away in escrow? Or?
Well, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
If there are arrangements with Carrefour now that's in existence, have we talked with Carrefour? Because
we've spoken to them before, but not on this particular issue, about possibly continuing on working with us until these leases are done, if that's what you're suggesting.
That's right. Well, my follow-up will be, if we terminate, then who do they turn the rent into, number one? Number two is, have we talked with Carrefour to legitimize all of what we're saying tonight? And, how does that affect the tenants tomorrow? Because tomorrow is the 1st of August, and I'm pretty sure rent is due.
Understood, sir. We'll reach out to them first thing and see if they would be willing to work with us.
So we really don't have a contingency going forward as relates to rent, and if we were going to terminate this program that you all have recommended, I know it's to flush out all the ideas, did we have a contingency plan in place with persons like Carrefour, who they're receiving subsidies from, to have a dialogue with them prior to tonight? Did that happen at all?
Not prior to tonight. We spoke to another organization that was willing to do a similar thing, but we can certainly reach out to Carrefour, who currently already exist in that plan. Yes, sir.
So who do they pay money to tomorrow?
Their lease, they have an agreement with Carrefour. Carrefour has an agreement with Galata. So theoretically, they still have an agreement. Our concern would be is to enter into an agreement with Carrefour.
Why would you enter into, I'm sorry, for just a second. Why would we enter an agreement with Carrefour knowing if they're receiving the rents and the taxes are not paid? To me, there's another issue.
Carrefour was not responsible for paying the taxes.
But they are responsible for taking the money, receiving the
And
money,
turning it over to Galata.
as a management company.
Yes.
Okay.
So you're saying you, well, I call for it. Let's, Madam Clerk, call the vote, please.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Councilman Maldonado?
It's absent.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need an extension, Richard?
Can I make one request, please, of the staff?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
On this issue that just left. Would you please update me and my fellow colleagues on the status of these arrangements with Carrefour? Can I get in a summary, please, George, of what the arrangements are, how are the tenants going to be affected, and a plan going forward? I need because I know what I voted on tonight, but I'm not sure, and I don't get the feeling that the staff has really flushed it out.
Yeah, I think
to have a plan of action for tomorrow morning.
absolutely. What we're hoping to do is get the direction to terminate and then come back to you with a more solid plan, and that's what we intend to do. In the meantime, we'll get you a summary.
Thank you.
If we could move to extend the meeting for, 15
Yeah,
minutes?
one quick question on that same note, George. Do we have Carrefour collects all the rent? Galata does not go out and get any, because I don't want people paying them tomorrow if we've taken these back, and then Carrefour comes looking for the money, but the money's been given to a representative of Galata, and these people don't have the ability to pay.
My understanding, it's through Carrefour, and we will contact Carrefour first thing in the morning.
Okay. And perhaps we should send somebody by the residences to let them know, and not rely on word of mouth or whatever. So that they're aware of the situation also, and that they know they need to come to the city to be kept abreast of what their situation's going to be as we march forward. A motion to extend.
Move it.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
Aye.
Tab 30. Car number 889, CDBG 5-year consolidated plan and 2013-2014 annual action plan.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting and authorizing the submission of the 2013-14 Action Plan and Community Development Block Grant 5-year consolidated plan, United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for approval, establishing a budget for community development block grant funds, defining implementation and effective date.
Entertain a motion.
Move it.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Staff report, please. Staff report.
Staff? Carlos, you all turned around this. I know that last one was a big doozy for you.
You seem to do that to people. I did get them going in circles.
No.
And this poor guy from CDBG grant stuff, he always is the last item every night. I don't know who.
Now you know how I
made
feel.
bad in life, but somebody is after him.
Yeah, well, listen, now you know how I feel. In presentations, I'm the last one to go.
They save the best for last.
Oh, okay, all right.
As presented at the June 19th council meeting, both the CDBG 5-year consolidated plan 2013 through 2017 and the 2013-2014 annual action plan are being brought back to the mayor and council for final approval. All comments and recommendations provided by mayor and council have been compiled in a memo, Exhibit 3, and will be incorporated into the final drafts of both plans. The approved plans must be received by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development no later than August 15th. Staff is also providing a recommendation for funding for the non-for-profit organizations for public services and public facilities. The applications, evaluations, and rankings can be found on the city's website at thecityofhomestead.com. This process is undertaken in order to establish the funding priorities which are consistent with the changing community needs. And we have Mr. Foganot, who will go over the comments that were brought about by all the council and how we're going to incorporate them.
Thank you.
Good evening. Phil Gonod from PMG Associates. We spoke last month to you regarding the 5-year consolidated plan and the action plan. We have met with a number of the council individually, as well as some comments from others throughout this process. What we'd like to say is how we learned from you all here at council and from the public in terms of the ways to make this process work better. That memo outlines a number of those very specifically. The most important part is technical assistance, working with the community agencies to make sure they understand the process. I think this past year there was some confusion because there was surplus money from last year's plan that had to be spent this summer, and right on the heels of it was next year's plan as well. What we plan to do is in March of next year start that program where the organizations are invited in so they understand the process. I know council has mentioned there's a couple of public organizations who have volunteered to help with that process so they can learn how to make the applications, we can get better applications, and make this process work for everybody. That process will be organized and run by staff, and the other consultants will come in to help them through that process. The other important is feedback, so to make sure that everybody knows what went well with their application and where they can improve it for the future. The idea is to have the best applications that come in for funding for public services. Again, trying to make it easier as possible. One of the concerns that came from council was in terms of monitoring. And our original process that we had put into the plan, it would be amended based on those particular points. The one in particular is to make sure that the organizations understand there will be a performance or compliance audit to make sure they are doing what they say they were going to do and they were following all the regulations. We will do this on a monthly basis for those that have a year-long program so that we head off any problems that come up before the end. We'll know early if there's an issue so that it will all be corrected. The other thing that we will be putting into that is they will be subject to unannounced visits, so someone will come just to see the program operate. This will help the monitoring, make sure that everything is working the way it should work. We don't want to be onerous on them, but we want to make sure that they, in fact, are doing what the regulations require. The other is in terms of recurring funding. One of the things that we've suggested right from the beginning is that organizations don't think they can come back every year for this funding for the same program. Not that they aren't good programs, but we have to make sure that everybody in the community has a fair share for these funds. We're not going to prohibit it. We've not suggested that. The final decision is at your level here at council. But what we're going to suggest is that they don't keep coming back every year for the same thing.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I interject one thing, because I think you have kind of summed up just about all what we have tried to give you. I'm agreeing in what you just said as relates to some of the organizations repeating the funding. And I think we have gone into a stale mode of safety, and I think I've expressed that to you when you all came in. But it's, seems like historically all the same organizations get funded every year, and every year it's a great application, and then there's really no way of determining that we have just got lax in the safety part, that these persons organizations always come for funding, always get funding. But I'm very appreciative to know that you've expanded, you're thinking about expanding it of what we have given you. And I don't know how can we facilitate that not happening to where, if they got funding last year and they submit again, how do we?
We discussed that at the level when they were making the awards or the decisions on that for the applications that came this year. Should someone who applies next year who did not get funded this year receive extra points? And we came to the conclusion that's your decision as council. We would certainly make sure that the report that comes to you, that you understand that they may have applied in the past, could get funding because there wasn't that much funding available. Should you in your decision decide that they should get funding that next year for that reason, that is a decision for council. And we decided that staff did not belong in that particular position.
Right, it's more of a policy decision.
Right.
But I think that we have, over the years, seen that happen, and when other applicants have come in,
you know, so some of these organizations, that's all they do is write grants, you know, so, I mean, they should have a stellar proposal, but then some of the other organizations that come through that may not understand the ropes and understand that, they're denied or not given a chance to have funding, and they may have a great program, but they just may not articulate that in paper to where, you know, it's understood.
That's that process that I talked about beginning in March. First is we make sure that those organizations are contacted, that they understand that this program exists, and that they learn how to make the application, a good application, and if they have a good purpose, meeting the target populations of the city of Homestead, which are the low and moderate income populations, but also the special ones of youth, elderly, disabled, those particular people are covered. Most of the applications you had for this past year, because they were the surplus, were summer programs, so there were youth.
Right.
Youth programs came in this year. I would hope that there's contact and there's development of an elderly program for the next year. And I think the important thing was make sure that those organizations who work with those groups are contacted. They know how to prepare the application and can prepare a good program that works for the community. And so that will be a process that staff will have to work through to get those individual organizations here and make sure they understand how the application process works.
Okay, all right, because, you know, and the other issue that I had that I needed to, you know, to raise was that the summer program, or this, you know, the surplus of this summer that we just passed and allocated funding for, and then it was almost done during the same time for the next fiscal year for that. So persons that I was telling they need to apply for monies that got them for this during the summer for their program, ran by the opportunity, or the opportunity passed for them to apply for the next fiscal year. And I think, you know, I think there should have been more work done to help them to understand that while you're applying for this surplus, also time is running out for the next fiscal year. So we only have, what, 3 applicants for this fiscal year that's come up?
There were the 3 applicants. Well, there's 4, which one used the wrong format and wasn't qualified, but there was 3 that did. That's correct. And those people that did submit for the surplus monies were informed that the regular funding cycle was coming right after that. I think there was confusion because it had to be spent in a few months, the surplus money. They thought it was just a summer program. In effect, it was because of the time frame. And that they did not know that the other one could have included both summer programs and year-long programs. That effort in March, which will be an education effort with these organizations, will make sure it's very clear that they can do either a summer program or a year-long program.
Okay. Well, I'm happy with our conversation. I'm happy with what you have recommended and how you're going to put it into the model going forward based on the information that we have had a dialogue about with the plan. And you know, what I want to continue to reiterate is that I think staff has to keep making the progress, even though we may have 130 persons in the database, which is going to continue to grow. Somehow we have to get beyond just the basics of the minimum notice that we're required to do, and really reach out there and, you know, with a wide net so that, you know, all organizations can be contacted through some form of a letter, a phone call in that database. Or if we know as council persons that this funding, flyers can be done up from our offices and passed out to those organizations or something, but I think we have to make a considered effort to make sure that those organizations know that there's funding out there for them to take advantage of. Because I don't think we do a good job in going the extra mile to let those organizations know.
That has been very well understood, okay. And I think, you know, this surplus money was the first time the city of Homestead spent money on public services. So this round is the second time. I think we've come a long way, but I think, as you said, we have a lot further to go, and that's where this process is evolving into. And I think that if everything goes the way we expect it to in March, then you'll be very pleased with the program.
Through the chair. Hi, Phil.
Hey.
I like you, Phil. I really do. And I think you're going to do a great job in the city. And I really like this strategic plan. I didn't butcher it up too much, did I, Carlos? I didn't butcher this up too much when you sent it to us, right? That means I like it. Particularly that monitoring component. We went back and forth with that because I really wanted that language to be clear, that we will be monitoring these funds because we are in the era of accountability. And we have to be held accountable. If this program goes awry, they're not going to look at Phil, they're going to look at the mayor and council. So we have to ensure that that monitoring piece is definitely in place. And historically, the city has focused principally on public facilities.
Correct.
And I am pleased to see that the public services component is being taken into consideration and utilized after the conversation that we had a couple months back as far as public service. So I'm glad that the nonprofits are taking advantage of that. A comment for the 2013-2014 action plan. I had the opportunity to read all of the plans and the ratings, and I need those of you who are rating these plans to help me out a little bit, and we had this conversation, Carlos. I would like to understand your rationale for these rankings. So I look at the comments, and there are no comments. So I have all these questions as far as the rationale that warrant several of the scores, because one applicant was rated high, but to me, the application was weak. So I'm saying, why is it ranked so high? But there's nothing there. So did you want to comment on that?
Basically, I just wanted to say that, yes, going forward, we will provide the constructive critique, because as another colleague had said, is this also helps those applicants that didn't get any awarding, that didn't get any funds awarded, at least they know where their weaknesses are and they can improve on their process. So it's point well taken.
Thank you. And finally, get the word out there. I do visit these nonprofits. I visited some on Monday, and it's unfortunate that Deedco Gardens submitted the wrong application, because when I visited the facility, oh my, they really needed the funds to execute what they had written in their plan. So it was a little disheartening to see that their application was disqualified when the need was there, bar none. I visited Miami Bridge. I definitely support that application. There is a need that is there. I'm aware of SOS and all the work that they do. I had a meeting with Peyton Toon over at the Homestead YMCA, so I endorse that application. But overall, I'm very impressed with the work that you have done with this 5-year action plan and the 2013-2014 action plan. Good job.
Can I do another follow-up? I'm sorry. Listen, we could do it, or when they come back, I'll be screaming again. So let me get it out now. Even with them filling out the wrong application, what was the contact method in letting them know, hey, we see that you filled out we see your intent and purpose, but you filled out the wrong application. And this is probably one of those organizations where probably this was their first time.
Could be.
Was this their first time?
It may have been, at least since I've been here, I've seen them before.
So here's my rationale of trying to help some of these organizations. What went into letting them know that they filled out the wrong a portion of it or did not complete it properly, so that we could be a little bit more friendly and say, hey, I see what you're trying to do, but it's on the wrong paper, for lack of a better term. How could we have made that right?
Prior to the deadline, we were having them being received at the city clerk. So the idea was we weren't going to open those up until after the deadline. And again, it is competitive. You have to remember that. So if we start making exceptions, these are people that are competing for funds. However, as far as feedback in the future, we need to provide the feedback like Councilman Fairclough had stated, is advise these people that didn't receive awards, how they may have failed or how they could improve on the process, and that would be one way of doing it. But prior to doing it, I don't see how we would have been able to impose ourselves and try to correct it, because again, it is competitive, and again, we didn't open those up until after the deadline.
How much were they asking for?
Because we're at the point in time where we can do something about it.
It looks like it's $25,240.
What did they say they needed to have done?
Sir, honestly, we didn't, again, because we
You
didn't
didn't
have
even just look
application,
at it.
we didn't consider it whatsoever.
It was for a computer lab program.
Computer lab program.
They have, through the chair, they currently have 2 outdated computers at a small little table in their recreation center, and they have about 89 to 90 residents with 2 very antiquated computers huddled in a corner. Very disheartening to see.
Can we do anything?
Remember, we're limited in public services to a certain amount, so in order to provide them funding, we'd have to remove funding from one of the other 2 organizations.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we could not have fund all of the applicant, the 3, because there wasn't enough money for everyone.
Right. Oh, I know. I've been down this road before.
Mr. Shelley? Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question isn't so much about process. I guess my question is actual plan going forward for the 2013-2014 action plan as far as the projects being funded. I know we had the conversation when I spoke with you at our meeting, and we discussed different types of ways to do, like the housing projects and things. And I see here that you guys did include the hurricane protection for the housing, which I assume is the shutter program.
That's correct.
That you were talking about. And I do support that, but I wanted to raise also for my colleagues' sake that one of the things I would like to see is something like we do for the CRA. And I spoke with staff about it as well, where we have the emergency repair grants, or we have, whatever's allowed for under the plan. Because I know in the Northwest, we have a lot of older houses, we have a lot of lower income people that are outside of our CRA, and I get phone calls on a fairly frequent basis, what do you have available? How can you guys help me with this emergency? Is their roof is leaking, is something, damage to that effect? And unfortunately, the answer that comes back is we can't, because you're outside of the CRA boundaries. Even though you have equal needs, we can't do anything for you. And so I would like to see this program have something similar to what we have in the CRA for the Northwest, but also for those areas of the Southwest that are also outside of the CRA that would benefit greatly from this, that type of a program, and our residents would benefit greatly, the low-income residents. And so, whether it's this year or whether we make sure we do that for next year, I think the hurricane protection for the housing is a positive, but I think you're going to help more people who have bigger problems if you do something like we have through the CRA already. So that's just something I want to raise food for thought for my colleagues, whether it be for this year or whether we make sure that we do something like that for next year. I think it's something that we need in our city.
Yeah, if I could refer you back to the 5-year consolidated plan, and what we talked about is the city getting to housing was primarily rehabilitation. We started with the shutter program because frankly the city hasn't done anything like this before. We figured this is a good program to get started. I think eventually rehabilitation of housing for those that need that could be, there are some substandard housing in this city that should be addressed. There's some of the other issues too for those that don't have the income to make those points. But I think we wanted to get a program up and started, and that was the reason to go with this for the first year. Now, succeeding years, that 5-year plan says that will be something examined.
Right, and I know we had that conversation where it was more of a staffing issue, where staff was not sure whether they could administer the program and things of that nature. So I do understand some of the rationale for why we're doing what we're doing, but I just wanted to make sure I had that same conversation here on the dais with my colleagues so that they knew that what my concerns were and what some of the residents' concerns would be, and I just do think there are better programming than, say, this hurricane protection housing, but at the same time, I know that's also important as well. So, I can go with waiting for next year, but I just want to plant the seed now that if we don't do something this year, that make sure we put that in place next year, figure out a way to combat the staffing shortcomings we might think we might have, but to try to make sure that happens.
Question. How much money is allocated into housing?
Well, we put in 150,000. The issue is we weren't sure exactly how much would be needed, how many people would come forward. We thought that was a good place to start.
Right.
The other thing is there are some other items that could end up costing less than they're listed here, and you could shift money into it later.
Can I, to address my, so, Shelley, Councilman Shelley, what you're saying is perhaps develop a program like we have in the CRA that will deal with those costs, deal with those issues of like emergency or...
Correct, emergency repair, maybe in facade improvement, rehabilitation, structural things.
There's something in the plan that we can do that, is that not right?
Right, we're putting it under the housing category, which is rehabilitation, and those are the items that the council mentioned fit under that.
If we already, let me ask you a question, if we already have the framework in place, we're doing it through another organization, through, funding, is there any way that perhaps, I'm not sure how the approval process will work with these funds. How is that determined?
We considered piggybacking, actually contracting out the CRA for some of this process. But based on the operation and the rules from HUD, we felt it was better to do it through the existing staff in the city, not the CRA. However, could that still be explored in terms of using them for that process? Yes, and better yet, use their methodology and piggyback on the way they're operating to learn how to do that in the rest of the city.
So, another follow-up to help what you're saying. In that case, then would you be okay if the Southwest Advisory Board, or would you want to create?
No, I actually asked them that. I said, because they came back with staffing being the problem, and so that was what I asked them to combat that, to say, we already have a committee in place, we have a process in place, we have staff who is already dealing with this on a day-in, day-out basis. Can we use them to administer these funds in a separate capacity? And I never got a clear answer. So I'm more than happy to go ahead and just insert our current program, but allow the Northwest and the other Southwest residents to be able to participate through the CDBG funds.
Because most of the Southwest is covered, I would say almost 98% of Southwest is covered by CRA. But it will be to the extent of...
the Northwest. We're very happy with the Northwest, because there is a big area that's very similar to the CRA contained area, but there's no funding to help that area.
Okay.
So that would be, I would more...
So will that be able to work within the guidelines?
Yes, what we're doing here is allocating a certain amount of money for that purpose. That money probably won't be available until January of next year. So the specifics on who's going to do what and how it's, we have between now and January to work that out.
I think that's a great idea.
When you say that, though, are you saying that is in addition to this hurricane housing, or you're saying replacing the hurricane housing?
No, that is the hurricane housing. In terms of other types, this is allocating it for this case of the hurricane housing.
Right, and I guess what we're talking about up here, and I guess what I'm hearing is that it's their intention to try to implement this type of programming. Could we do that in January? And I guess it would replace, because we only have limited funds, right? The 150 would either be for the hurricane housing or for the program for the Northwest type area.
Yes, let me just say another item on here. The Mallory Drive sidewalks, curbs and gutters may not cost this dollar amount here. It may be less. So there's some funds that could be reallocated as well. So that could be, then you would just have to come back on amendment and then reallocate those monies for that particular.
Councilman, I think what he's suggesting is that we would come back and amend the plan to include that. Is that correct, Phil?
Yes.
Right. So I think it's moving it forward the way it is, but if we find that there's funding available outside of it, then we would come back to council and make the amendment for it.
Right, but I'm not asking for extra. I'm not saying if there's anything left over, let's implement the program. I'm saying, do we include that? Maybe the hurricane housing protection is part of the rehabilitation or the structural program, so they could do either or. but then it would be through the committee structure, it would be through the use of our current staff that is already used to doing that. If logistically we can figure out the way to do it, that's what I'm proposing to do, not say there's 20,000 left over, let's do this.
So you'd rather carve out a portion right now off that as part of the action plan?
Right. What I hear him saying is this, is that all we need to do is change the wording. Instead of calling hurricane shutters, it needs to be called residential facade or upgrades or what have you. Because the money's still going for housing.
I guess the only concern we had with that is when we came up with this to get into housing, we were trying to do something that was manageable for our existing resources, and we felt that a shutter program was relatively easy. It was baby steps in getting us there. That was our intent.
But what we're saying to you, Carlos, is it's not anything new that we're doing. All we're saying is this is coming from a different pot of money to continue to do what we've been doing, but now expanding the boundaries of it so that more persons could take advantage of it. We're already doing this program, so it's not anything that we're doing new or that any additional staffing will be hired to facilitate that if we would just work together.
Right, and that's what I would like to see.
I guess what you're saying is currently this is being done in a CRA, so all we would be doing is just providing the funding?
Funding.
That's it.
If I might interject, if what you're saying is change this line item from hurricane protection housing to housing rehabilitation program?
Exactly.
Which would cover either of those?
Sure, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. That way, if you don't have demand on one side, you have it on the other side.
All we're doing is changing the words around.
Right. Open it up so we can do what we need to do next year and not have to wait a year.
I would just say, and council will have to say, if that's your intent, you have to make that amendment to change what you have in the draft plan.
We have a deadline, though. Through the chair, Carlos, I know we're working with the deadline, with the submission of this.
No. As long as it gets incorporated tonight and the council approves it with that amendment, it's got to go tonight.
Right.
I make the motion.
No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, that's what you make it.
Yeah, then I would make the motion to amend to broaden that horizon of hurricane protection housing to housing rehabilitation, which would include emergency repairs and maybe facade improvements or whatever is allowed under the plan, and also hurricane shutters as well.
Second.
Now, do you have to go back and get the official language? And see,
No,
see what we can put in there, or?
I know what needs to be changed to do that. So when you approve, hopefully, these particular plans, it would be as amended.
We ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote. I feel good about that one.
Call for the vote on the amendment.
Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor
Yes.
Burgess? The motion carries.
Now on the motion, on the item as amended.
Councilwoman McCormick?
Yes.
Councilman Shelley?
Yes.
Councilman Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burgess?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're a patient man.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, while there's a
Yes.
break in the act, we need to...
Business from the city manager first, please.
We need to extend the meeting, and while I have the microphone, I'd like to request an executive session in the Alfred McClendon workman's compensation claim and a case, an ex-police officer who's retired, and Carlos and Eileen Navarro, which is an auto accident pre-suit settlement. Mr. Stanton has requested those two.
Motion to extend.
Move it.
Move second. Thank you. City manager.
I should only need about 45 minutes for my
Good.
presentation.
Come back tomorrow by yourself. Okay, city attorney's already gone. Councilwoman Fairclough McCormick.
Just briefly, we're all tired. Next week, the Sizzling Summer Reading Challenge comes to a close. So if there are any children, students, parents out there who are interested in potentially winning a week's worth of free uniforms and school supplies, please submit those assignments to City Hall or to my email that's listed on the flyer. And second, Chief Rowe, I have a very important question for you. It's extremely important. Tomorrow, I'm going on shift 4 to 12 with one of your officers. And it's important for me to do that because I would like to see the character of the community from different perspectives and at different points during the day. So this very important question is, do we get a lunch break?
No.
Or should I pack a lunch?
Pack a lunch.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Is there a lunch? I'm so serious.
It's whenever.
I am too.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Mr. Shelley.
Thank you. Two quick things. One is the microphones. We've got to do something with these microphones because every meeting we're either struggling to be heard, and I've had to hold mine in because the short circuit connection, and if I let it go, it shorts in and out. It's just, we got enough stuff to deal with up here, much less have to deal with the sound system and the microphone. So see if we can figure out a way to fix that. And then the second thing is, I want to thank Chief Roll and the police department. I was out of town, I was on vacation a week ago, and I did the request for an extra watch that you guys provide to all of our residents and all of our citizens here in the city of Homestead. And I had a bunch of cars waiting on me when I got home, and my wife actually came home early because she had to go back to work, and they didn't have a note that she was supposed to be there. They actually knocked on her door and said, "Who are you and why are you here?" And so they're very thorough, they do their job, and I just want to thank you and commend the police department for the effort, and also to remind the residents that this is available to everybody, that if you go out of town, you can request an extra watch to make sure that your house is watched and things are safe. And so it's a great service that the police department here provides and the city of Homestead provides. So I want to thank you publicly.
Mr. Williams.
Yes. Want to announce that South Dade Weed and Seed and the Southwest Advisory Board is doing this annual 2013 annual book bag giveaway. There will be food and fun. It's going to be Tuesday, August the 6th, 2013, from 6 to 8 at the FICO Williams Community Center, located at 951 Southwest 4th Street, Homestead, Florida. We're going to be giving out book bags and for all of our community persons, and so hopefully last year we had leftovers, so we want to make sure that and they're going to be stocked with supplies and everything. So come out August 6th, which is going to be next week, I believe, to take advantage of our Back to School book bag giveaway. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of quick announcements. We have one vacancy on the Mayor's Community Police and Crime Watch Committee. We have a vacancy on Planning and Zoning Board and a vacancy on the Tourism Advisory Committee. Anybody that's interested from the City of Homestead on getting on any of these positions, please forward your resume to the city's clerk office with which one you're interested in, and it would be processed and handled in the proper manner. Thank you. Chief, it's your day. I want to tell your guys thank you very much. We've had some problems on the east side of town, and through their diligent, hard work, we have seemed to stymie it again and put the citizens at ease over there. So thank you to everybody for their attention that they've paid over there, listening to the citizens and helping to get things back under control. And then if you would pass along to the code enforcement officers, if we all remember several months ago, we passed the ordinance not allowing the drop boxes. So we've got those under control. I think there's 2, maybe 3 that are allowed in the whole city, where we had six at one shopping center at a time. So we've gotten that under control, and I want to tell them thank you, and if you would pass that along to them. I know that those people are ruthless. They'll just drop them in the middle of the road if they could, but we seem to have gotten it under control with their hard work also. So thank you. And with that, I'll call a motion to adjourn. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you.
I know, right? Never.